Welcome, welcome. Welcome to the Council of Christ, y'all. Peace and blessings. Welcome to the Council of Christ where the truth is unsealed and prophecy is revealed. The title of tonight's broadcast is Do We Imagine the Coming of Christ? Do we continue to imagine the coming of Christ? Or do we confess him in the earth? Do we imagine the coming and stay in our vain imaginations? Or do we actually fulfill the prophecy and confess him in the earth? All right, so before we get into that, I want to say peace and blessings to all those that are tuning in with us. All those that are new, welcome. Peace and blessings to the family. Just like to encourage you to have an open ear, a humble heart, empty your plate, empty your cup so that you can receive the food of God. This is the table of God where God is presenting a table, all right? And at that table, Christ serves the bread. And we testify that Yahweh Judah is the risen Son of Man, which is the Anointed One or the Son of God. Many titles. The one that was anointed to be born of the Spirit of God in the earth. All right, we also bring out the reality in the channel. We bring out the reality of the prophecies and help people understand that the prophecies are things that take place in the earth according to reality, not according to stories or fables, watered down information, fairy tales, and everything that the whole world is been taught and that the whole world believes. The prophecy or the things that are written in the scriptures are not about fairy tales and vain imaginations. All right, the prophecies are about the realities in the earth. All right, so there is a man. There was a man in the story. There is a man in the story that is anointed and chosen by God. All right, to be risen up with the knowledge, wisdom, and spirit of God, which by default or in return makes him the image of God according to prophecy, according to the scriptures. This would be the face or the image of God, the man that is chosen as a high priest. If you read the story about Moses, you can see that Moses used men to be the mediator between himself. God used Moses, man, to be the mediator between himself and man. So with that said, no one has ever seen the voice of God. No one has ever heard his voice or seen his shape. All right, because God is spirit. So if God is spirit and truth, then that means God is wisdom. That means that the Virgin Mary is a symbolic meaning of the one man in the earth being born of God's spirit. So these are all metaphorical analogies of common things explaining spiritual things that happen in the earth. Explaining spiritual things that you can't see, but common things in the prophecy are used to explain spiritual meanings. All right, so we've all been deceived. The devil's deceived the whole world into making you believe that these things are not metaphors. Deceiving you to believe that the prophecies in the scriptures are beyond our reach and not a part of reality. So with that said, once again, we testify that the risen one or the true anointed Son of God is a regular man in the earth, goes by the name of Yahweh Judah. And this is the channel where we help you understand the reality of that prophecy and how it's taking place in this time. All right, so do we imagine the coming of Christ or do we confess him in earth reality? What is the reality of the prophecy? What are the realities? Those are these are the scriptures that we bring to light and bring out. All right, so with that said, the link is in the description to join the broadcast. If you want to come humbly and ask questions, have a conversation, those that are listening on TikTok, come and join the conversation. The link is in the description box on YouTube. Come and join us because this is the true reality that's coming out in the last days. All right. The reality and common sense that there was no one or nothing that ever came to from the sky that none of us have ever witnessed, but coming to the hardcore truth or hard truth that these prophecies are really just about us in the earth, playing out the stories and the spiritual meanings in the earth. Okay, so with that said, I guess we can open up the discussion, and I have quite a bit of scriptures that come to mind. Let's get into it. Let's help you understand that Jesus Christ, or the Son of God, is a mere man in the earth. Right? So you got to think about these things, about confessing. Why do we have to confess Christ in the earth? Why must we confess him in the flesh? Why does it speak of this anointed one being risen amongst us? All right. If we have to confess him, that means that we have to admit that this is the Christ, or come to realization of who the Christ is. That doesn't sound like something that's coming from the sky where everybody sees at the same time. Because remember, Christ came as a thief in the night in the story. So this is about a revealing of who Christ is in the earth, and about acceptance and accepting the Son of God, all right, as God chooses his Christ. And this is why in the story many people reject the Son of God, because they were not willing to accept the reality or the hard truth that this character that everybody has imagined coming out the sky is really a man that's chosen in the earth to carry out God's will, to carry out God's order and affairs. And that's as simple as it gets. So that's what we're here to do, is to walk you on that journey to get you to understand that these are the things that are written. Anything else added to that is your imagination. As far as things coming from the sky and things of that sort. No, this is all about what's happening amongst man in the earth. All right. So, did you want to say something?
Yeah, I know before we get into the scriptures, I do want to say that one thing we got to understand, y'all, Christ is not a figment of our imaginations, nor is Christ in a book, but Christ would be a fleshly vessel walking the earth. God never sent a book, but he always raised up a prophet from amongst the people to speak on things pertaining to God. Because man has built their doctrine upon this world, majority of the people that read this book, they have vain imaginations when it comes to God. That's why in Isaiah, I believe it's Isaiah 55:8, it says, God's thoughts are not your thoughts. God's ways are not your ways. So God will raise up a prophet from amongst the people, and we was going to be able to witness, see with our own two eyes and hear with our own two ears the things that God is speaking and the things that God is doing on the face of this earth. Right now, when we pick this book up, we use our vain imaginations and perceive things. This book has no private interpretation. Cast out all vain imaginations and wait on the Lord. How many people that pick this book up follows those simple steps? There's not many people. That's why so many vain imaginations. There's so many false interpretations when it comes to God. So that's all I wanted to kick it out with.
And I think we did a great title last week when we talked about to do a continuation and kind of go into this. How we talked about how they created Christ. What was the title? I want to say the exact title. Because right now we're talking about confessing Christ in the earth. In the reality. So I know last week we touched on a lot of things to snap you back into reality, to understand Christ on earth.
The title was they told you Christ already came, so you couldn't see him walking amongst us. Now,
yeah, so that kind of goes right into this. So right now, most people don't think you got to confess Christ in the earth, because you can confess them in a book, because of the the foretelling of him already coming. So a lot of people base their whole faith off what they read and say they believe in the Son of God, never seen him, never heard him. So it's no confession going on. And that's why we talk about imagination and what the devil has really put these images in your mind to give you your imagination. Deception has put Christ in the sky. Deception has put Christ just riding on the cloud. And now you have those images in your mind. So now you imagine the coming of Christ. You're not waiting for Christ. Everything is an imagination. And you definitely not waiting for a son of man to be chosen, which will be Christ. And that's what people have to understand. Christ is simply a living vessel that God chooses. Christ is not a deity that even came back to, back in the days. So just hypothetically speaking, say Christ did come 2,000 years ago. That still wouldn't be the Christ of our time, because Christ is always a chosen living vessel. And that's why I want to ask people, is Christ the only Savior? Well, what was Noah? Noah saved the people. Moses saved the people from Pharaoh. So to even have that image of Christ as the only Savior, God is the Savior. And whoever God is using, that's who's going to do the saving. But like I said, but all these images and all these imaginations that have been put on our minds before the day of God, and that's why we always say the devil teach the Bible. And we are fulfilling the Bible. And because you hold on to the teachings of the devil, you are blind to what God is doing. So we got to come and give you your sight back. So y'all pay attention to God miracles. Like I say, man, always have open ears, always have an open mind so God can pour something in your mind. And don't be closed-minded with these devilish teachings that a lot of people are closed-minded with. Because we must come to God as a child, so we don't know. And if you start at, I don't know, it's a lot you could know. Because the spirit is quickened. So don't think just because you don't know nothing, you can't get quick to know a whole lot. Because if you believe in God, the spirit is quickening, y'all. So like I say, just open your mind, y'all, open your ears. Everybody's welcome to come up. You're welcome to have a conversation. We're looking for conversation. So come up and join it. Let's talk about it, y'all. Let's talk about it.
Absolutely. Go ahead.
Yeah, and y'all, we got to understand that's why scriptures say let every man be a liar when it comes to God. Because no one knows. No one knows. Right now we got many different teachings, many different ideologies, many different belief systems when it comes to God. Now, if that can't be true if it's only one God, one way, one truth, one life. Why we got so many different teachers and understanding? Because every man is a liar. So these would be the false teachings, deception that has spread upon the whole world. So right now, God and Christ is on earth. And it's time for y'all to, as my brother said a little while ago, empty your cup. Come to God as a child. Now, a child is unlearned, willing to listen, willing to hearken, willing to take in that new information and ask humble questions. Right now, we got many brothers and sisters just puffed up with their vain imaginations, thinking that they know. And if you think you know, you're not going to hear this message, because this message is only for the meek and the humble. You got it, brother.
Absolutely. As a matter of fact, the whole concept, all right, the whole concept of God and heaven, all right, angels, the Son of God, the whole concept is the reality of what's going on earth. It's not, none of it has to do with where your imagination is taking you. Your imagination is taking you literally into a fairy tale book. Like when you go on the Disney Channel and you watch all these, fairy tale movies or stories of these, magical lands and things of that sort. That's where your mind automatically goes when you think about heaven. So when we talk about the whole concept of heaven and Christ, the Son of God, and the angels, it's all dealing with the realities in earth. It's just that common things are used to explain spiritual things like heaven. So, for instance, the mind frame is used, the title mind frame is used to explain how the kingdom of heaven is within. Or the term waters is explained to use how we're all drowning in the depths or the deep of darkness. So once again, the miracles are used to explain how we would have healing within, how Christ would bring us healing within, not literal, healing, because the literal healing takes place by us eating the medicine and letting food be thy medicine upon the earth. That's how natural and real healing takes place as far as physically. But the inner healing, that's what the scriptures are actually referring to, is the inner healing. You see what I'm saying? The type of healing that you can't see. And the inner healing is talking about the healing of the mind. So this is all about coming into a righteous mindset, because everybody has been poisoned and sickened with the doctrines and ideologies and religious teachings within the earth. This is the poison that is spread, or the what they call it, the fornication that have spread to many waters. This is what Revelations is referring to. That the beast system has a whole, the poison of the beast system is polluted every waters upon the face of the earth. So when we talk about the miracles of Christ, these miracles are referring to the spiritual healings within the mind. All right, to be healed from the poisonous doctrines and deception that the devil has cast out. So understand, when we're dealing with the whole concept of angels and God and the Son of God and miracles, all right, these are all metaphors of common things used to describe spiritual things taking place in the earth. That's it, y'all. I was talking to some Mormons last night. They hit me up. They bombarded me. There's about 6 of them. they all surrounded me, and I'm like, man, I'm about to go to the pool. Huh?
You was outside?
Yeah, I was outside.
Oh, okay, all right.
Yeah, I was outside, and they all bombarded me, man. And I was on the way to the pool with my family, and I got caught up. I was like, damn, man, they gonna hit me with this. They start hitting me with the stuff, and I'm like, man, let me just go ahead and break it down. I started going into it, man, and they were dumbfounded. You know what I mean? Asking them questions, like, because they were telling me about, well, I'm asking questions about, well, where is Christ at? And they say he's in heaven. I'm like, well, where is heaven? They say, up there. they're like stuttering up there. And then I'm like, well, do you know or not? And they're like, well, really, I don't know where it is, but you're trying to pull me into your organization. You know what I'm saying, with these ideologies and these, so I begin to ask them these questions and begin to like really walk with them and show them that, well, according to the very Bible that you're reading from, it's written that the kingdom of heaven is within. All right, so if the kingdom of heaven is within, which meaning a mindset, it means that it's something that's in earth. All right, in the earth. And if that's in the earth, then that means Christ is in the earth. That means that God is in the earth. All these things that have been taken in your imagination, where you think heaven and God and Christ is in outer space somewhere, it is all vain imagination. Okay? Now, we got the scriptures, but we just kind of be trying to cover things, but we definitely going to get into the scriptures kind of showing you those things. But I know we have a guest. I'm not sure who this is. Huh?
Greetings.
Okay. Yeah, I want to come out with second entrance, but that's cool. That's cool.
Okay, yeah. We
can deal with the guest though.
Okay. Yeah.
I'm just gonna come up here and ask questions. What's up, y'all? Drew? What's up to y'all brothers up here? So we often hear in the world, we hear, a lot of people, whether it's the Hebrew Israelite camps, they're critics of religion. I hear you guys, they're critics. You guys, have certain things that you say about religion too. Drew, do you feel that that religion also, what are the upsides of religion? Because that's one of the problems that I have with just different people who are spiritualists, whether they're Christians or whatever religion they are or whatever spiritual practices they are. I find that people never talk about the positives, even though there might be few positives in religion. What can you say just about religion as a whole, besides just I have heard you criticize religion, Yaju. What can you say about religion as a whole? Because to me, religion does, whether different religions, they do provide a moral structure to help better you. You know what I'm saying? Not everything about every single religion is wrong. So what do you have to say about that? That's my first question.
Well, I just think they use, like, it's like a lie. You can always, there's no truth without the lie. So you might better find good in what a lot of people say, but if it ain't all the way, it ain't true. Truth is the whole truth and nothing but the truth. See, truth don't come up short. So I only, now to talk about the good things, they got unity, they got meekness, they got fellowship.
Right.
They have schools, they have help, they can help the people, certain religions. So that's the good in it, but all that stems from what all the truth is set up for. You see what I'm saying? So all religions will have some of that truth. That's why they're able to be successful the way they are. But they don't have the whole truth, so they're not able to fulfill God's plan.
So why do you think that we not only because I'm an avid supporter of religion. I think religion is good, and I think that it provides moral structure. And I think that even if you are a person that supports religion like me, if you don't adhere to certain religious customs or certain religious belief, then I think it's just okay for you to just kind of let it. If it don't apply, they're saying, if it don't apply, let it fly. You get what I'm saying? You feel me? Rather than me, I don't got to demean nobody's religion. You get what I'm saying? You feel me? Because I feel like God has a higher purpose for me, so I don't want to do that. You know what I'm saying? So, but I just wanted to say that. But my second question is, this is one question I asked you a minute ago, and I put in the comments, and you gave me a very profound answer, Yaju. And I'm gonna kind of elaborate on this. Being at the times that we're living in, and with technology, right? Technology is considered a beast of sort, right? And the times that we're living in, and we see that most of our phones are what we switch our phones from 4G technology to now we have our phones most of them have fifth dimensional technology, and now they're going into what we call the sixth dimension. Do you equate as an Earth savior? Do you equate the technology of the phones, which is now most of us are on 5G technology, right? And we know that the Army and the armies and the militaries of the world, they have probably 6-dimensional and 7 different stuff and technology that's way ahead of us. You get what I'm saying? Because stuff that we have on our phone right now, some of the Army was doing this type of stuff. They had technology on their technology. Their technology that the Army had in the early 2000s was equivalent to what we have right now, right? Because we always know that the Army and the militaries have different technology. So do you equate the different technology field that we're on, so far as 5G, with the 5th trumpet of Revelation or the 6th trumpet of current day? How do you equate that? Because a lot of people are saying that the trumpets will be blown.
No, the trumpets are us. The trumpets are being blown right now. And that's why we're talking about, do we imagine? That's why the Bible says, get rid of your imagination. God's ways are not your ways. God's thoughts are not your thoughts. So the way anybody on the face of this earth is thinking, other than the anointed one, those thoughts and that bread, that information, you got to throw away. We are the trumpets. We are the ones that now the 7 is 7 just a number of completion.
Right.
So you got to start of this and then you got to end. So it's going to be a time where all this is going to be completed. So that's why you have the 7 trumpets. You don't even count them like that. That's why when you deal with God's creation, 7 days, it's about the beginning and it's about the end. So that's why it's 7 days. It's not really something that you count. So the trumpets are the people who speak. That's why I say lift up your voice like a trumpet.
Right. Right. Okay.
So it's just a misinterpretation of scripture.
Okay. I think one of my other questions I had, I don't know when I had asked you this, is kind of joining in one of my old questions. Like I said, you had gave me a profound answer before. It was about the revelation, right? Because we look at the word revelation, right? We have the biblical revelation, we have biblical prophecy that is spoken of by prophetic messengers all around the world, right? From different spiritual practices of sort. So, do you equate revelation with something being revealed to you, the Messiah? Like what, like, because revelation, we take that word, right? That root word, something's being revealed. So will something be revealed to you in order for you to carry out your God-given mission? Or how do you equate even the book of Revelation? Because you obviously use the book of Revelation and you incorporate that within your teachings and within your spiritual practices. So, you know, like, kind of further explain that to me, if you may, if you understood my question.
The revelation is just a vision. So it's the rest of the vision that the prophet seen. It's not, revelation is not a new vision. And I think you know, all visions are seen from the perspective of the person who it was shown to. It's one vision. You know, Moses got the same vision as Revelation. And I know we don't know this because, again, these things are hidden from us. But yeah, man. So Revelation is just another vision about what God gonna do to create the new heaven and new earth. Isaiah said, "Behold, I do a new thing." So Isaiah seen the new thing. Ezekiel was part of the building of the new temple. So Ezekiel seen the new temple. Revelation talk about the new temple. So we just been conditioned to think that this is a different book, or Revelation is the only book that talk about the last days. But you know, Genesis is about the last days. You know, and like I said, that's that truth that's getting rid of all the bread with yeast that we have ate, because a lot of people eat this information. So it's just another book that talk about how Christ come talking to the angels. Okay. And in Hebrew, it say let all the angels worship him. So these things is throughout the books, multiple times, just showing you what Revelation just talking about.
I just want to add on to that we in short, we fulfill the revelation. So we're fulfilling what was seen as we're revealing it, because we're fulfilling it. So we fulfill the revelation.
Okay. How do you I know, like, you know, I myself, I readily like to, whether sometimes it was on the Sabbath, I like to hear the different Hebrew Israelite camps. There are a few different Hebrew Israelite camps that I tune into from Facebook and things of that nature. You know, war amongst brothers and us as melanated beings, you know, is very sad to me, and it's very disheartening. How do you feel about different Hebrew Israelite camps and how they condemn Islam? How do you feel about that? Because I asked you before one time, Yaju, about you were once familiar with Islam. Is that correct? Or you once practiced Islam, or you had a connection to Islam, or you read the Quran of sort? So how do you feel about different Hebrew Israelite camps, how they condemn Islam? And the reason why I asked that is because of I've, you know, readily listen in on a few different Hebrew Israelite camps, and to me it's just very disheartening and very non-Christ-like, the way I know some of them that used to practice Islam or were once a part of an Islamic group of sort, and now they just, like, to me, wickedly condemn Islam, and I don't feel like that's Christ-like or nothing to do. So how do you feel about that?
Well, I was never Islam. I still read the Quran, but I was never a part of a Muslim. I was never Islam. Okay. I never been no part of no religion other than going to church as a young boy.
Okay. And I didn't say you was part of Islam. I knew that you read the Quran. So is that something that do you feel like you read the Quran? Do you feel like that's something that you might, I don't know, I mean, and I asked it sparingly of sort. Do you feel like that's something that you kind of might sort of I don't know, not say covet, but like don't say to most people? Because I don't know. I never really hear you talk about.
I didn't talk about the Quran years ago. Like I say, man, like I only talk about things to my audience. Most of my audience and most of the Christians, Muslims rarely on panels, now, they coming around, but the Hebrews and Kemet and all this are kind of like, so that's why I might not have it in all my videos, because I know the Bible gets a more broad audience. So when I do things, I do it for the people. I'm not doing it to practice the religion or nothing. Even when I first picked up the Bible, it was for to show my family that God didn't want us to eat flesh. I didn't pick up the Bible to become Christ or want to become a pastor or wanted to find God. I felt I was already connected to God. I always felt like this since I was been a little boy.
Right.
And like I said, when I was in church, I'm like, God, look, I'm gonna come back later. So I felt like God heard me. So if you moving in, that's why I say it's fear in a lot of people. But if you really talk about those kind of principles, if you say you talking to God, how would a book be a middleman? See, a book would never confuse someone that much, and they'll never lean on it that much if they can go talk to God.
Right.
That's like you got a mansion, but you're gonna sleep in the cold. And say, I'm all right, man, I got a heater. See what I'm saying? Like, so it's when you look at it from that perspective, man, it just show you how people we just lost. But yeah, man. Okay. But when it comes to what the Hebrews do, they wicked. That's just they don't have the whole truth. So they don't have the decency, and they don't have the order. They're not decent, and they're out of order, and it shows in their action.
Yeah, so, and I do find not all I'm saying Hebrews like this, but I do some of the views I could feel like is I might not wholeheartedly agree with. But I do like the fact that different Hebrew Israelite camps, they have food pantries for their communities. Even the Christian churches who have food pantries for their communities. You know what I'm saying? Those are the type of things that bring community together and bring the people together. And I think those type of things need to be highlighted more so versus, let me debate. Let me go. Go ahead.
Now be a debate. I just want to say this. What about God's thoughts are not your thoughts, and God's ways are not your ways? What do that mean?
That means that we should be used as vessels for God. I kind of interpret that as what you just said, that we should be used as vessels for God.
So when I said God's thoughts are not your thoughts, what does that mean?
That means that my thoughts are not synonymous with the Creator, the Most High's thoughts, and not completely synonymous, at least. Right.
It's not. So that's why I say, if you got spots on you, you're not the lamb. Because God lamb what? Got no spots. See what I'm saying? So you can't be half pure. You ever heard somebody half pure? You either pure or you're not. You either tainted, you either dirty or you're not. So when it really comes to what we're doing right now, brother, we doing everything according to man. We're not doing stuff according to God. That's why the Bible say, wait on the anointed one. So when it say God's thoughts are not your thoughts, and then it say God's ways are not your ways. So your ways are going in the community, passing out food, or whatever you think, because God's thoughts ain't your thoughts, or whatever you think might look good, that ain't of God, though. That's of man. It's good. I'm not saying it's bad.
Right.
I ain't never say that was bad. I ain't never walked in the neighborhood and say, stop feeding those people over there, nigga. Right. No. Know what I said? Stop lying to the people. Stop giving them that food for thought. Because see, in the law, if we want to deal with the law that I fulfill, you can't offer God bread if you got spots. That's a law. And if you would have to be the anointed one, because who ain't got no spots? People who read the Bible, people who preach the Bible, people who pass out food. No, it say Christ, the one without no spots. So like I say, man, when you deal with what I'm saying, brother, is principles. And like I say, a lot of people look at stuff through man. They come up here and tell us they live manly thoughts, and we let them know, look, Christ on earth, man. This is what people, brothers and sisters, are confessing to y'all. And y'all want to come in with man stuff, and you say you believe in a book that say your thoughts are not my thoughts, and your ways are not my ways. But everybody's screaming, I'm doing the work of God. False.
Deep. That's deep. That's deep. That's a good way of putting it. That's a good way of putting it. I think that's all my questions, brother. Thank you for answering my questions. Really appreciate it. Both you brothers adding in and chiming in. I think I had one more with something else that's kind of on my mind or whatever like that. But no, blessings to y'all, man, and thank you for answering my questions, yo.
No problem, brother. Appreciate you for coming up, man. Peace, peace.
Yep.
We can't. Hey, Stamp, you mute it, Stamp.
You can mute me.
Yeah, and I do want to comment on something the brother has said, how the Hebrews, basically go back and forth with other religions. We got to understand what casting the devil, fighting the devil is. We got lies going against the lies. The devil can't cast out the devil. But when Christ comes with the truth, that's when the lies will be exposed. Because right now, the Hebrew camps, they've been going at it for years. If they really had the truth, these religions wouldn't be standing. The truth conquers all lies. It's clear cut, straight to the point. Right now, we just got brothers standing on street corners yelling at people, condemning people. But they don't even have the one that God sent. So that would be a perfect example of the devil trying to cast out the devil. And a lot of the things, everything that the Hebrew camps are doing, there it works. That's all I wanted to say.
Right. So, I know before the brother came on, I know we were just kind of a little bit diving into the reality of the whole concept of where heaven and God and the Son of God, the reality of those concept, or the whole concept, or the concept of the story, or the prophecy, or like the brother brought up, the revelation. If you're familiar with scripture, it's written in scriptures that the Son of Man should be revealed, and that we should confess the Son of Man in the earth. So the Son of Man needing to be revealed because his path is not seen by everybody. You see, if he comes as a thief in the night, this means that there has to be a revealing of the Son of Man, because his coming is not something that the whole world sees. And I know that's what people have been, led to believe, that when Christ comes, everybody, the whole world is just going to be on pause. Nah. That's not how it is. That's not how it is. If you go back to the story. If you go back to the story, Christ is a man walking on the earth, blowing the trumpet, letting the people know that he's the anointed one, right? And he has witnesses in that story that are testifying of him as well, because it's the witnesses that see him first, right? And so as you have this happening, many people are still rejecting the Son of God, not because they don't want to believe in Christ, but because they don't believe in their perception is what matters. They don't want to believe in the real perception of the prophecy. So it's not that people don't believe in Christ in the story. It's that in the story, they're rejecting the Son of God because they believe the Son of God is in the sky. They don't believe that he's a real man in the earth. Or they believe that he's a man coming from the sky. But if you pay attention to the story, I'll ask you this. Is Christ born in outer space, or is he born in the earth? Is he born, in a place that we don't see, or is he supposed to be born in the earth?
He never died. Christ ain't never died. He rose from the dead. He on the right hand of God right now, just chilling. I'm like, well, he don't play no basketball. Do he swim? He got, he got some women up there. Like, well, what's going on? He just him and God. 2,000 years. It's just him and God. Do they? What? Do he run? Do he jump? Shit. Do he walk? Do he get up from the throne? Like I promise you, we never asked ourselves them questions. Only comedians and stuff say stuff like that, because it would put so much fear in us to what? Don't joke about no Jesus. Don't play about no Jesus. So it was hard for us to even think. Like, damn. Like what Jesus been doing?
Right. In the sky.
What Jesus been doing up there with God? I never asked myself that question still to this day. I'm really almost talking to myself now. Like, damn. Have we really asked ourselves, what is Jesus doing up there?
I was just thinking of, that's funny, man.
You see what I'm saying? We need to make that a title.
What is
Jesus doing in heaven?
What he been doing up there?
What he been doing up there, man? Do he got some other people up there with, like, like I say, y'all, these are things I don't think we never asked ourselves.
Well, I know a lot of people do or would say or would argue that, well, he went to go prepare a place. In other words, they think to their vain imagination that he went to go build this city made out of gold and golden streets and things of that sort, because those parables are in the scriptures. But as I said, these are parables. These are parables, meaning Christ told parables to explain spiritual things to you, right? So if Christ went to prepare a place, that's believable. But if this place is the kingdom of heaven, right? And he says, where you should be, I should be also. If this place is the kingdom of heaven, then why is it written in scripture that the kingdom of heaven does not come by observation? Why is it written that the kingdom of heaven is within? So this is why we're going over these things to get you to see that the kingdom of heaven is within, meaning it's a mind frame that we enter into in the earth. And that righteous mindset is the knowledge and wisdom that Christ brings as he's revealed in the earth. And so the witnesses or the angels or the messengers have already received that knowledge from Christ. So they go out and testify to the earth. This is what we're doing, right? About the truth of God. So heaven is not a place in the sky according to scripture. It's a place, it's a mind frame, meaning it's an inner understanding within, a renewal of mind. Okay? And if that's so, the kingdom of heaven does not come by observation. So this place that Christ went to prepare, and he says, where you are, where I am, you will be too. This is only talking about the symbolic enlightenment. All right, to be caught up to be with Christ forever, to be caught up into the mountain of God. This is all talking about the enlightenment and truth that we're risen to. So this is the true raising of the dead, is the raising of our consciousness from dark to light, or from deception to truth, y'all. These are what these parables really mean. But you're taking them in your vain imagination, not stopping to think, why the hell would Christ be kicking it in the sky for thousands of years? It doesn't make any sense. If the kingdom of heaven does not come by observation, meaning you cannot see it floating out the sky with your eyes. So if the kingdom of heaven does not come by observation, then every piece of your imagination that you imagine anything coming out the sky, it's not coming out the sky. Because the kingdom of heaven is everything that the Bible is in entirety, right? That's what the whole prophecy is about. The kingdom of God, the kingdom of heaven, right? Am I wrong?
Oh, yeah.
The whole entirety of the message of God is about the kingdom of heaven. So if the kingdom of heaven, if you cannot physically watch it come out the sky, then that means that anything that has to do with the kingdom of heaven is not coming out the sky.
And one of my favorite verses that I like to put in is the scribes and Pharisees shut the door to the kingdom. Now, everybody on the face of this earth know the scribes and Pharisees ain't up there. We all know this. But if they able to shut a door to the kingdom, then where's the door? So if they got a door on earth that we gonna walk through and we gonna what? It's gonna take us up? Or do we got doorkeepers? Or our leaders doorkeepers? Don't we call our leaders doorkeepers when they're not telling us the truth? Don't we say that?
Mm-hmm.
So the door is the information that you can enter if they tell you the truth. To what? Find heaven. So like my brother man said, this is not something you're going to imagine. This is something you're going to see and hear. And it's going to renew your mind to find that kingdom within you. So people can't refute. If the Bible tells us, the scribes and Pharisees, I got to stop saying it. I got to make myself stop saying it. But if it's written in the Bible that the scribes and Pharisees shut the door to the kingdom, then where's the door? It can't be up there. Because the scribes and Pharisees are on earth. You know? So when we talk about how important information is, that's why it's the importance of the Last Supper. You know, so like I say, y'all, if you just, like I said, it's just crazy to even think, you know, at this point in time with all the knowledge, and I think it's a lot of our brothers and sisters know heaven ain't up there no more. But you know, it's a lot of our brothers and sisters at this point in time know heaven ain't up there. Even the Hebrews know that. You see what I'm saying? They can't stop because I think they on the high horse. You know how when you front like you got a lot of money and you made everybody think you got a lot of money? So now you're going to do whatever to keep them possessions and shit. You can't lose them. Because if you lose the possessions, you'd rather just not even live no more. So you got to think about this in a spiritual term. The Hebrews stood on corners and passed out so much possessions, like they got so much information. So now they can turn back if they wanted to. They're going to look too bad. So they just say stupid stuff. But they got blind followers. They got deaf followers, so they can't hear and see what they say. That's why they think we crazy. They can't see, we can see. So it's like the same perspective. You know, so y'all, you know, man, it's just, you know, people can't refute that the door of heaven is on earth because it's written in the Bible. It's written, I got to start saying it that way. It's written in the Bible that the doorway to heaven on earth, but the scribes and Pharisees stopping you from walking into it.
The doorway to heaven, y'all, is not a physical thing in the sky. It's a mind frame that you entered into. So that's why Christ is the way, the truth, and the life. Meaning, if he's the doorway, which it says in Acts or John 10, I believe, if Christ is the doorway, then is Christ literally like a door or shaped like a door? No, it's saying through his enlightenment, you enter into the kingdom of heaven. That's what shows you it's a mindset. Now, like the king said, like this, yeah, I mean, this is so clear. It's like once you see, you can't unsee this. Everyone has been deceived and duped into these vain imaginations and false realities. It's crazy. But here is the enlightenment coming out now. So I'll just say this and pass the mic. If Christ is born in the earth, then that means that we have to confess him in the earth. If Christ is born and revealed in the earth, he's not revealed somewhere else. He's revealed in the earth, which is in the scripture. Then we have to confess him as he's revealed in the earth. So the revealing doesn't come by everybody getting together and around the whole world and saying, okay. No, the revealing comes by as it's happening now. As witnesses come together to testify of Christ to the world. And the world has to come to acknowledge and accept that Christ, the Son of God, is here. Go ahead, bro.
No, I just wanted to bring out basically, because right now many people change God. They say the book, the book speaking on behalf of God, the book is Christ's words, when God never changed. So I want to read Hebrews 1-2 first. And it says, God, who at sundry times and diverse manners spoken to the fathers by the prophets, which was our ancestors speaking, listening to the prophets, hath in these last days spoken unto us by his Son. So y'all, in the last days, we were supposed to be hearkening to the voice of Christ. So I wanna go to verse John 10:10, basically to show you why we're supposed to be hearkening to the voice of Christ and not to these camps, our favorite teachers, camp leaders, all those people. That is John 10:10. The robbers came to steal and to kill and to destroy. Now, how is these leaders killing, destroying? They unaliving our mindset when it comes to God, because they got us believing in the hocus pocus. They the reason we believing in a deity. But Christ comes in the last days for this. I come so they might have life, I come so they might have life, a great life. I gotta change the version. Hold on, let me switch version. Now this is King James version, John 10:10. The thief cometh not, but for to steal and to kill and to destroy. I come that they might have life, and that they might have life more abundantly. So Christ comes to give you life. That's why the words that Christ speaks is spirit. The spirit that Christ gets from God. That's the unseen that we were supposed to be hearkening to. That was the spirit that was going to free our mind from the bondage. This state of mind that these robbers, thieves, that's teaching on behalf of God, they're using God information and unaliving your mind frame. But I see we got a guest just came up. What's going on? Peace to you. Eternal One.
Hey, Eternal One, you want to go ahead and turn on your camera? If you're trying to figure out how to use the audio, the mic button is at the bottom of your screen. Eternal One, or ETRNL1. If you don't say anything, we're gonna remove you from the screen. All right. Try to come back up. All right, go ahead, brother man. Stamps.
All right, now that was all I had. I wanted to say real quick because right now, they got us believing in the hocus pocus of the deities. when we were supposed to be confessing the living Son of Man that was going to walk the earth in the last days, which is our generation. But because we are filled with the nonsense, the false information, because the devil deceived the whole world. So if y'all didn't get y'all information from the one that God anointed to speak on things pertaining to God in the last days, because the Bible don't speak for God. Your favorite teacher don't speak for God. But the one that God chooses speaks for God. And that's why you're supposed to hearken to the voice of the Lord. My sheep will hear my voice. The book don't speak. Your camp leader not the shepherd. But they're leading you to the slaughterhouse. So Christ comes in the last days to redeem you, to give you the everlasting life, so you can live life more abundantly. That's what's going on, y'all.
Hey King, I had it ready because I figured you wanted to go into it, but I got the second Ezra's.
Okay. Yeah. I want to, kind of go with the confession. A lot of people don't know that they have to confess Christ. And what y'all see people confessing Christ. Like, this is what the scriptures say gonna happen. The scriptures say get rid of imagination. Scriptures don't say bring your imagination. That's why, brother, like, God's thoughts are not your thoughts. And God's ways are not your ways. So it can't be what you're doing and what you're thinking. It can't be connected to God. That's the whole point of the Christ. So yeah, we want to come out the Apocrypha. So if you got your Apocrypha, we're not coming out the Bible. We are coming out the Apocrypha. The book of Second Esdras. We'll give you a little time to go get it if you can't. But for those who have read the Apocrypha, I think everybody's familiar with Esdras. He's the first book in the Apocrypha. By it being the first book, it was the first book I think I read in the Apocrypha. So I was real familiar with Esdras, y'all. Esdras got a lot of gems. Very, very long book. Almost like Jeremiah and Isaiah books. They're very, very into the captivity and the redemption of the people. And that's really what all the prophecies. So we about to come out the Apocrypha again, y'all. Second Esdras in the Apocrypha. Only want to read what we read last night, or we can try to see if we can start a little. So you're almost there. They're trying to get the whole little thing. I guess we can start at verse 42.
Okay. Verse 40?
Yeah, the second Esdras, verse 42.
Okay.
Now we can start at 40. I was just trying to keep it short as possible.
Okay. Verse 40, it says, "Take thy number, O Zion, and shut up those of thine that are clothed in white, which have fulfilled the law of the Lord. The number of thy children whom thou longest for is fulfilled. Beseech the power of the Lord, that thy people which have been called from the beginning may be hallowed." Verse 42.
Now, I think that was very cool. I want to talk about how it says the people who fulfill the law. And see, these times, y'all, that will be very profound to a lot of the teachings that's out. Because people telling, you would never go ask the Hebrew Israelite, ask them, do they fulfill the law? They're going to say no. They're going to say no. They not, no. You got to keep the law. See, keeping the law and fulfilling the law are two different things. Y'all. Scribes and Pharisees kept the law in their own way of thinking, too. They kept the law. They had feast days. They kept it. They never fulfilled it, though. See what I'm saying? They never fulfilled it. So that was very profound to it says what? The children fulfill the law. That's because what though? Why they fulfill it? Because they studied the book. But why the scribes and Pharisees did fulfill it and they studied the book?
It says the number of thy children too, meaning a specific number.
A specific number.
So there's a lot of y'all that are not fulfilling the law with Christ. And that's very profound that you said there's a difference between keeping and fulfilling the law.
Two different things.
All right. So verse 42. It says, I, Esdras, this is 2nd Ezra chapter 2, verse 42. I, Esdras, saw up on the Mount Zion a great people, whom I could not number. And they all praised the Lord with songs. And in the midst of them there was a young man of a high stature, taller than all the rest. And upon every one of their heads he set crowns, and was more exalted, which I marveled at greatly.
So, as we always, as even is written in Scripture, the Lord is the Son of Man. The Son of Man is God, even of Sabbath. But it mighty funny they sung songs. Now Revelation talk about a new song. So I guess the only thing that this song is missing in Esdras is new. But if you understand the vision that Esdras is seeing, it's a new vision. Because Esdras not talking about the past. He's talking about the future. So the song that they were singing, it wasn't what Esdras wrote. They were singing a new song to what? A new vessel testifying on behalf of God. Now Revelation talk about nobody learn the song but a certain number, right? Everybody didn't learn the song. It was only a certain number that learned the song. And that certain number of those who what? Who fulfilled the law. Because they have learned the song. They have accepted the song. They have confessed to the song. So now they receive that crown of life that everybody's seeking for.
So in other words, this is the reason why it says the number of thy children. This is really the 144 with Christ. You know, these are they that are actually received Christ and ate the flesh, drank the blood, and so they stand on the mountain, or they stand on the highest enlightenment in earth with Christ. That's the mountain of God, the highest knowledge in the earth. Right? So I was just highlighting why it said number after you said that. The number of thy children have been fulfilled. And so in the midst of them, there was a young man of a high stature. See, there goes that, the highest knowledge in the earth again. Taller than all the rest, and upon every... Huh?
I'll tell you, remember what the brother name was, Sakari, Gorilla Hebrew?
Yeah.
I can't call him Hebrew. What I call him? Monkey Hebrew?
Oh, okay.
I can't call him Hebrew. I damn sure can't call him Gorilla. Monkey. But he say this verse right here was talking about the height.
That's ridiculous.
Now, this verse is clearly talking about the Lord. And then they went so far as to look up the definition of the word. They went so far to look up the definition of the word to prove that this is talking about height. When it's clearly talking about status, that's why they're on the highest mountain.
Right.
This is the whole point of them being on the highest mountain. This is the whole point of them being a place where ain't too many people at. That's why I say the Most High. You could be the tallest man on the earth. It's still the Most High. He's still high. You know, so like I say, y'all, this is how y'all leaders, who y'all say y'all watch from time to time, they've been proven to be liars. But it says they can't comprehend the truth. So we not tripping, y'all. We just on our job.
There it is, y'all. So in verse 43, 43, and in the midst of them there was a young man of high stature. Like the king said, y'all, this ain't referring to somebody who is 8 feet tall. That's ridiculous. What is the meaning, or what is the significance of a man being tall? Oh, he was taller than all the rest. What is the significance of that? Now, so if you have the spiritual eyes and you have your ears are circumcised, you would see that this is referring to the status, being on the highest mountain in the earth, which is to have the highest the enlightenment, the highest knowledge in the earth, which is what Christ brings. That's the bread from heaven that he brings from heaven. You see? So he has the highest knowledge in the earth because he went to heaven. Not a physical place in the sky, but he was the firstborn of God's Spirit, which was risen to the highest enlightenment in the earth. That's the status that this is referring to. Y'all want to argue though, but taller than all the rest, meaning he was the firstborn of God's Spirit. If God's thoughts are higher than anyone. So if Christ is the firstborn of God's Spirit, then that means he will be taller than all the rest. He will be the firstborn to have this enlightenment. You see? Taller than all the rest, and upon every one of their heads he set crowns, and was more exalted. See, even right there, you have to have the authority to give the authority. So this ain't talking about physical crowns. This is talking about the authority to judge and correct in the earth. So you have to have the authority. And who gave Christ the authority? God. And he set upon their heads crowns and was more exalted, meaning he's still the tallest. He's still the one with where the knowledge came from, or the enlightenment came from. He's still the firstborn, meaning you can't step over him. Christ may train you, right? And he may give you train you up on some skills, and you may be feeling yourself. You may start to dribble a little bit, you know what I'm saying? Doing the little things, but you cannot step over Christ to get to God. So you might feel like you got gifts. You might feel like you know what I'm saying, you know a little bit, but you still eventually all got to come to the doorway, which is Christ. This is why it's talking about him being more exalted. So Christ is not here to eat anybody's food. He's not here to listen to anybody's doctrine or religion. No, he's here so you can eat his food, so you can hear his words, so you can receive the wisdom of God from him. That's why he still is taller than the rest. Or it says, where was I at? My bad. He was more exalted. More exalted. Just like Joseph. So is Christ coming to you, or do you got to come to Christ to get to God? Just ask yourself that question. All right. It says, in every one of them he set crowns upon their heads, and he was more exalted, which I marveled at greatly. So I asked the angel and said, Sir, what are these? I asked the angel and said, Sir, what are these? Or who are they? And he answered and said unto me, These be they that have put off mortal clothing and put on the immortal. These are they which have put off mortal clothing and have put on immortal, and have confessed the name of God. Now are they crowned and receive psalms.
So y'all, we really gotta let that marinate. We really gotta let that marinate. We talking about marinate overnight because these people, they singing a song. They know who the Lord is because they with him because they praise him. See, this, like, we in a false reality saying we know the Lord. You know, that just been taught. You know, or I read the book, but you're not with the Lord on the mountain. So this ain't Christians. This ain't Muslims. This ain't Hebrews. This ain't with your ancestors. This ain't burning no sage. This ain't none of that. This ain't no tarot card reading. See what I'm saying? This is above all those dark waters that we are in. All that information is water. We're above all that. You know, and that's why I say Isaiah 2 goes perfectly with this verse, y'all. Like, every time I talk about this verse, I think about Isaiah chapter 2. You know, but y'all, we must let that marinate, man. When that said, they for one thing, they took off mortal clothing. That's the first thing. See, that what I just named, religion is mortal clothing. You playing Mortal Kombat. You playing everybody playing Mortal Kombat with what? Religion. But it says the first thing that these people did was put on mortal clothing. And put on what? Immortal clothing. Which is not of what? Not of the flesh. The spirit is forever. Everybody gonna leave this earth that's in the flesh. The spirit is gonna hear what's here before you. It's gonna be here after you leave. But then, when they put on the immortal clothing and have confessed the name of God. Hold up. So you telling me it can't be Jesus, right? How many people confess Jesus already? Just hypothetically speaking, how many people confess Jesus already, y'all? Can we get a number? Can we get a number? Let's somebody come and put a number of how many people have confessed Jesus already.
I say about 5 billion.
I was gonna say 1. You said 5. You might be. It's hard to. They say they got 8, right?
Yeah, 8 billion.
So the only way you really can confess God's name, you gotta do what? Put on immortal clothing. So we know. That's why I say it might be 5, but it might be 7. There's a lot of people, y'all, that confess Jesus Christ. What number you got, Sam? We got 5.
The devil deceived the whole world. Well, the whole world. It's 8 billion people in the world, so if everybody deceive y'all, shit, it's a great number.
I was just saving some room for the ones that have the mark of God. That's all.
And now, people don't understand, when you worship your ancestors, you worship Jesus. You worship something you didn't hear, see, or touch. That's another form of a Jesus. This guy, you just call him ancestor. It's like Jesus ain't talking to the people. Your ancestors ain't talking to you either. They already foretold about what we gonna do. So why would they talk to us? Why would our ancestors talk to us? For what? They told us we gonna have the gifts. So why would I go to my ancestor for the gift when my ancestors wrote that we gonna have it? And that's God. But like I say, y'all, we've been lied to so much, man. We dug more rabbit holes. But yeah, I just want y'all to let that marinate, because it then say they confess, y'all. They confess to the name of God. I think people do people know what it means to confess? I think Usher made a great CD about confessing. You know, so I'm pretty sure I think my people know about confessing. So y'all, like I said, we really have to let that marinate, that verse, man. That was a, you know, man, it couldn't get no better than that. You know, and it goes, I think it's the next verse. What you say?
No, I was laughing at the brother that said some brothers were coming up, but he said they you know what I mean? He said they, you know, they they scared, man. They don't want to come up. All right, so yeah, verse 46. It says, or where we at 47? No. So he answered and said unto me, no, I'm sorry, 46. Then I said unto the angels, what young?
What was that 47?
I didn't read 46 yet. I didn't read 46 yet. Did I? Okay.
I'll just read. Remember we were talking about the people that confess. Whom they confess in the world. Well, yeah.
Yeah, that was 45. All right, I'll just read it again.
Yeah, we was at 45.
I'll just read it again quickly. He answered and said unto him, verse 45, these be they that have put off mortal clothing and have put on the immortal, and have confessed the name of God. Now are they crowned and received psalms. Then I said unto the angel, what young person or what young man is it that crowneth them? What young man is it that crowneth them, and giveth them psalms in their hands? So he answered and said unto me, it is the Son of God, whom they have confessed in the world. Ooh, man, that gave me tingles. Give me chills, man.
Y'all, that's the verse I was talking about. You know,
yeah.
But again, confess in the world. You don't confess Christ because you read a book. Because Christ's going to be a living vessel in the world that God chooses. This is what Christ is. Christ is not something that's sitting in the sky on the right hand of God that we read a book and now we connect it to him. That's ludicrous, y'all. You know. And Esdras didn't know who he was. And we know the book of Esdras is about the last day. We can prove that 1,000 times. That this book of Esdras is about the last day. So this vision is about the Son of God in the last day. And people were going to be confessing to what? Who he is. Because the Son come in the Father's name. We got about 2 more verses, brother man. The Son come in the Father's name. The Son don't come in Jesus' name. You got to mute your mic, bro. You got a little background noise.
Who, me?
Yeah.
That's probably my mic.
Yeah, I'm gonna mute you. We got a couple more verses, and we'll get to y'all, brothers. All right, go ahead, King.
So I was saying, God's Son don't come in Jesus' name. The Son come in the Father's name. That's why when the Son comes in the flesh, the people confess to who? The name of God in the world. Because Christ will be in the earth. You got it, bro.
Right. All right. So he answered and said unto me, it is the Son of God whom they have confessed in the world. Then began I to commend them that stood so stiffly for the name of the Lord. Then the angel said unto me, Go thy way and tell thy people what manner of things and how great wonders of the Lord thy God thou hast seen.
So in that day, you're gonna have to be a stand-up man, huh? You're gonna have to be a stand-up woman. You see how people cripple? People don't want to stand with God, they cripple. But Christ come to what? Heal the cripple. Make the blind see and make the deaf hear. Yeah. But peace to the guests. Greetings, greetings. That was Second Esdras, y'all, for those who just coming in. We read Second Esdras chapter 2. That was 40 through 48. Second Esdras chapter 2, verses 40 through 48.
All right, peace and blessings. Peace and blessings to the brothers that come in, that have come in. So I think we got who do we got? We got Altero and how do I pronounce your name, brother? Just Yahweh King.
Yahweh. Yeah, Yahweh is King. I believe Yahweh is King did come up first.
Okay.
Down. We start with.
All right. So
no, he can't. No, you can start with him. Yeah.
Okay, brother.
What's going on, brother Smallwood? What you got for us tonight?
Peace and blessings, Atero. Your mic to unmute your mic is at the bottom.
I don't know if you can hear us.
Altero.
Okay, you like?
I think a lot of the first thing, man. I know, peace and blessings, you know.
You got bad reception, brother, man. We can barely hear you. You kind of choppy.
You might want to drop down and come back up. You're a little laggy.
Yeah, man.
Nah, the best thing to do would be to drop down and come back up, brother, because you're choppy.
Yeah. Next go, I'm just saying, but
brother, we hear you talking, but we can't understand what you're saying. You're a little choppy, so drop down, come back up. Tomorrow, I don't know if you're gonna move him down, let him come back up.
Yeah, I just want to make sure he hears us though. So Altero, you got to drop down, brother, and come back up because your reception is bad.
I don't know if you. Yeah, Altero, can you hear us?
Maybe you can type it to him, Stamps. Because I don't want to just drop him if he can't hear us. Let me see. Okay. Yeah, I'll just go ahead and drop him. Hey, Altero, if you can hear us, man, just come back up, man. Come back up.
What's going on? To the other brother, peace to you.
So, man, to y'all too, man. You know, thank y'all. So on my email, not email, I messaged y'all Jew on TikTok. I messaged on, I think, which also many know as the Book of Daniel, or it's unsealing. I came to compare something that I believe was, I came to compare what I believe is actually the seven seals unsealed, which I believe was revealed to me, you know, in the spirit by the Heavenly Father. So yeah, that's, you know, pretty much why I'm up there. You know, nothing like with no, 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 you You know, no bad intentions. Just came to, as I said, I think as I said in the message, just to come reveal to me and just let the evidence sort of you know, our statements, speak for the.
I want to ask you this: do God reveal the seven seals, or do God send Christ to reveal the seven seals?
Can you hear me?
You got bad reception too, brother.
You say what?
Yeah, you
You going.
Yeah, it's like you're going in and out. Yeah, you'll fade out for a little second.
All right, y'all can hear me now though.
Yeah, we can hear you.
All right, cool. So
did
y'all hear what I was saying though? Like for the most part.
Oh yeah, we heard what you said. That's why I asked you the question. I asked you the question was, do God reveal the seven seals, or do God send Christ to reveal the seven seals?
Christ, they say the Lion of the tribe of Judah.
So you agreeing that Christ reveals the seven seals?
Yeah, that's what it says in the Book of Revelation.
Okay, so how you gonna come up here and say God gave it to you?
You said what?
I say, how are you gonna say God
how
gave
am I gonna
it to
come
you
up and
if Christ gotta reveal it?
I mean, I feel like we could just, see what, the proof that I got and compare it to what you say. And as I said, just see what, see what it, let the evidence and the proof speak for itself. If I'm wrong, then I'm wrong. But yeah, I came just to, kind of present the proof or the evidence, which I believe is undeniable, because the seven seals are supposed to reveal everything that happened in Revelation in the end time. We know that seven seals supposed to be basic. Yeah. Go ahead.
I don't know. You kind of breaking up now. Well, no, I was just gonna say, like, we just started off on the first principle, and you failed. You know how you take the first test. You know how you take the first test, you make an F. You can't move on to the next one.
Nah, you see, because your standpoint is that you saying that you are claiming to be Christ, and yeah, I know that it says that the Lion of Judah is supposed to, unseal it, but as I stated, the evidence I feel like I have, we can just see.
No, we can do that. I ain't got nowhere to go. Yeah. I'm here. Yeah, we can do that. I'm just saying. I just we engage in the conversation, so we just can't. Principles not a speed bump. Principles is the right turn that you got to make to get back on the right path. That's what principles are. So you just can't speed over principles. So you can put me out there crazy. Say I'm not Christ, but me and you both stand on Christ revealing the seven seals. God ain't gonna skip Christ and go to man, because it's God, Christ, then man. God don't skip over Christ and go to man. But what you saying right now, that's what God done. Unless you Christ, then you might have a little more weight with what you're saying if you're gonna say you Christ. But if you're not Christ, everything you about to say, it holds no weight. Because even you just said yourself, that's why I asked you that. Christ revealed the seven seals.
Yeah, I know that, but this one I'm saying, see, you want me to just say, you want me to say it, kind of like how you claiming it, but I go more so with the humble approach. I don't, want to say that. Like I said, the evidence I feel like will speak for itself, but I don't just want to. That's a very bold claim. That's a bold claim, bold statement. So, as I said, just let the evidence speak. you know, I feel like you want me to claim it like how you come on here claiming it. You
Well,
know, I'm
no,
saying this,
no,
you know,
no, I
humbly,
ain't
but
saying that.
you know, I'm.
No, brother, man, I don't want you to
Well,
take
yeah,
that like
that's
that.
what I'm saying. So,
No, no, that's what you saying.
so
That's
yeah,
what I'm saying.
that ain't what I'm
That's
saying.
what you saying. That's not really
I
what I'm
just
saying,
saying.
bro. All of them.
Yeah.
No, I'm just gonna say, man, all I'm really saying is we both, if I'm not Christ, take me out the equation. We supposed to be waiting on Christ to reveal this to us. You're not supposed to come
Okay.
on here and lie and say God did. Nah, I see what you're saying.
Okay.
If you just don't want to tell people and you want people to see for themselves, but deep down you feel you're the anointed one, but you're not bold enough to say it. But I just want you to know the truth is bold, brother. They say God is a mighty man of war. A mighty man is a bold man, you know. But go on and present your cause, and me and my brother's gonna dialogue with you. But I just want to get a chance to see what the brother
All right.
man got to say, and then you get ready to present whatever you want to present.
For sure. For sure. All right. Oh, you gonna hear what Taro had to say?
Yeah.
Well, yeah, I just want to give him a
Okay.
chance
Yeah.
to
For
speak
sure.
right quick. Yeah,
Nah,
just
that's
see
cool.
where you going. Then by that time, I think you will be ready. You bringing the Bible out and all that?
Can I screen share?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm
Yeah, you can
gonna
screen
use
share.
some screen sharing. Yeah.
Okay.
All right, brother man. Itero, what's up, brother man? You can unmute your mic now. Altero, are you speaking? Yeah. Well, we
might
can't.
have some connection.
Yeah, you have a real bad.
Taro, can you hear us? Yeah, you're a little choppy. You real choppy.
Like, supposed to be a debate about this, man. If you children of God and brothers of God,
Hey King, maybe we can bring him up on TikTok and see if that'll do better. No.
it's not a debate about.
That's
Yeah,
just
but we can't really understand what you're saying. You real choppy.
You got to mute him. Yeah, you gonna have to mute him, boy. Hey, brother, we can't hear you, man. Your service is real bad, brother. You're very, very choppy. We couldn't hear nothing you said, man. I don't know if that's your service or I know because we can hear the other brother, so it can't be us.
No, it's not us, man. No, he just got real bad service.
Yeah.
I
We
just
gonna
want to say
let
peace, man. Peace alone.
All right, brother man.
Shalom, man. Peace. Shalom, shalom.
All right, brother. Peace to you. All right. Y'all is King. You ready? And before you start, I did have one question for you. You know,
Yeah, go ahead.
before you start, do you have witnesses?
Do I have witnesses?
Yeah.
You mean like people? I got videos on YouTube, but I don't like if what y'all saying like a group or entourage or people to how would I say like how y'all are the witnesses, you know, supposedly, you know, y'all Jew. Nah, you know, just my family, you know.
Well, there's a difference. There's a difference between witnesses and an entourage. Just saying.
Okay, I mean that's just, you know, that's it, you know.
All right.
You know, y'all, are with them like every day. So, just for lack of better words, I say entourage. I ain't just. But
I got you. But I just got another question. Do you have a? Well, I'm gonna let y'all get into it. I ask that question.
all right. So I'm a screen share first. Hold on. Hold on. How do I clicking on the screen share? But then, hold on.
Yeah, it's all from your end, brother, man. But you do have the ability to screen share.
I'm kind of new to this. Yeah, I go to photos. What do I go to? Photo? Like, can y'all see my screen right now?
No, not yet.
Can you open my screen?
Hey, Stamps. You did it from your end before. Can you tell them where to go?
Yeah. So if you go back to your the Zoom out where you can see our faces, it should say share content. Well, no. Actually, wait. Let me see. Yeah, it should say share content. You click on share content. Either it says, I'm not sure what it says on your end. Either it's going to say screen share or share content. I know mine say share content.
Am I still here?
Yeah, you still there?
You still.
Okay, my bad.
Yeah, the top.
All right. Man, this. So can y'all see this?
No.
We see.
It's
yeah, we see it.
Yeah, we see it.
Photo. Y'all can see it's like a list of words, right?
Yeah, but not. We can't see it clearly though.
It says riddle without translation. It's pretty cool.
Yeah. So Stamps, you can see it. Yeah, it's a riddle without translation. So y'all can see? Everybody can see it?
Yeah.
I can see it clear on my end. I'm not sure about.
I see it now.
Okay, all right, cool.
I got
go ahead, bro. You got it.
All right, so I'm gonna break this down, basically like what this came from. So I came across this, which I believe was revealed to me in the spirit. How this, what y'all looking at, how this came about? It's like y'all know the Bible have concordance or more so a dictionary of concordance. It have all of the words from the original language, whether it be in Hebrew or the Greek. They got the Strong's concordance for the Old Testament and for the New Testament. And these concordance are in order based off of the original language. So the Old Testament is in order based off of the alphabetical order of the Hebrew alphabet. So these words that y'all see up here, they are a list of words based off of the basis of these numbers is the number 2520, 2520. And all the numbers I see that are next to the words are basically 2,520. There are 48 factors of 2,520. And what I wound up doing is counting, taking all of the 48 factors and finding the place that they are in the dictionary or the Strong's Concordance of the Old Testament, and I composited all the words together. And what I believe, like with these, with the right understanding and discernment, is the scroll of Revelation unsealed, or the book of Daniel unsealed. So do y'all understand what, any questions on that? Any questions on that?
I mean, I'm not really sure what you're bringing out, but
Yeah, you gotta ask the question. You never like. Yeah, you said a whole bunch.
Hold on. So, how did the Father reveal this to you, bro?
Well, it was kind of first. I was watching a video on YouTube, and I saw the number 2,520. It was a video about prophecy, and I saw that the number 2,520 was a divine type of number, right? It's the first number on the number line that can be divided from 1 through 10 without having a remainder. So from 1 through 10, all of these numbers can go into 2,520 without a remainder. And also 2,520 is how many days are supposed to be, how many biblical days are of the 7-year tribulation. So that's kind of the basis of the number 2,520 and what does it has to do, with the riddle. But after I saw the video, I went to search if it had any biblical meanings. Only thing I could see is that the 7-year tribulation is supposed to be 2,520 biblical days, which is also the 70th week of Daniel, the last week of Daniel. So that's how this kind of came about to be. I'm trying to make sure I understand, if I got to do more explaining, because I know it could sound like a bit, a lot or a bit crazy, kind of first hearing it. I explained it to other people before, and it's...
I'm gonna be real with you, bro. I'm confused, and I know I'm real. God ain't out the confusion, but I'm gonna let my brothers have it.
All right. All right, do y'all understand? Let me just try to ask some questions to make sure we follow. Do y'all understand that there's concordance in the Bible that's, whether it be a dictionary called the concordance that has all of the words of the Bible in order based off alphabetical order?
Christ reveals the Bible, bro. That's why
I'm just asking.
That's what I'm saying. Like we can't take word from you, because me and you both agree on what? Christ unsealed the writings.
Okay, let me just say it in this terms. Do you agree that that one person can look at all of the words off of you believe that the scripture is, not flawed, right? Like every word in the scripture is, based off of the Hebrew or the origin of its
the pen tell lies. Because right now you can read the Bible and it say water.
No, that's why I'm saying the Hebrew word. If you look at the Hebrew variation of the Bible, the original manuscripts, not the English version, we don't have
the original, brother. We don't have the original. Only the Vatican do.
No, this is what I'm saying, bro. You can look at, say if you go to the Strong's Concordance, they gonna have an English word attached to the Hebrew word that was there. But the English word that they have can be faulty, but the Hebrew word, that's the Hebrew spelling. The Hebrew spelling, you got to look at itself and you'll understand the meaning. That's why when people say like KJV, some things seem like it's some of the words seem like they don't mean what the Hebrew variation of that word is. That's because it's a English translation or a Latin translation.
Brother,
but if you look at
I want to ask you this. Have the vision ever changed in the Bible? Have the vision ever changed? No matter what version you read, it's the same vision, right?
Yeah, but there is some...
So I want to ask you this. What did the prophets see? Did they see words or did they see a vision?
They saw visions. Of course, they saw visions and they wrote down the words.
Okay. So the vision never changed. It don't matter what translation you read. You see how simple that is? No matter what
but
translation you read, the vision the same.
Okay, so
You just said it.
one,
So no matter
no,
what.
but you are the one
you
saying
read
that
the
it's
same
something
thing.
wrong with the manuscripts. I'm not the one saying that it's something wrong with the manuscripts.
No,
I know that
I
the
didn't say
vision gonna be the same.
no. I said something is wrong with your interpretation and the way you think. That's what I said. I never said no was wrong with the scripture. But the pen
Okay.
tell lies. The pen ain't the spirit.
Okay, let me
You
just
see what I'm saying? The prophet Jeremiah say the pen is faulty.
well,
The
man,
prophet tell you this. The prophet in the
crazy.
Bible tell you the pen is faulty.
This is what I'm saying, man. So do you not believe that the original Hebrew words, so if you don't think that the Hebrew words are the original manuscripts, or like they weren't the right words, how could you then say, like, if you don't believe that, then how could you believe the story that it's telling?
Brother man, we both just said the vision never changes.
Okay, but
No
the
matter
words
what
are the ones telling the
translation
vision.
So
The
what,
words in
brother
the
man,
Bible
if
are the ones telling the vision.
listen. If the words make up the vision, but the vision never changed, then you just dealing with the devil, which is the author of confusion, because you don't have the truth to be not confused. Listen to what I'm saying. We both agree that the vision don't change, right?
For sure.
The prophets didn't see words, they seen a vision.
And they wrote down the words describing the vision.
No,
so the
they
words cannot
wrote
be
down
faulty.
the vision. Look, brother man, they wrote down the vision in Hebrew, which is words that have different meanings, like water, flesh, trees, all these words. The Bible not talking about regular trees. It's not talking about tree that you go plant in the ground. We the trees. So the Bible is a song that was spoken by Hebrew people, because Hebrew is a spoken language. It's not a written language. So the people that write Hebrew, that ain't Hebrew. Our ancestors didn't write Hebrew and say this gonna be Hebrew. These are definitions. Our ancestors didn't do that. You know who wrote those books? They come from the Roman Catholic Church. So for to say those books are Hebrew, Hebrew come from Hebrew people that didn't come from Rome, and they didn't make the books that you read. They didn't make that book. So that's what I'm saying. You basing a lot of things, bro, and you saying God gave it to you. No, you got this from books.
All right, man.
Let me say this real quick. Let me say this real quick, brother. So what Yaju just said, right? I wanna give you an example. We were just reading from Esdras, right? And even though Esdras is being shown the visions, right? He's being shown the visions, right?
Yeah.
Wasn't he asking questions of what it meant?
To God, yeah.
Right. So to write down the vision, the pen, Yaju just said that the pen is in vain. So you can write down you can describe what you've seen, but it's not explaining what it means. That's why the pen is in vain. So that's why there is no private interpretation of the prophecy. The only one that can come to give the proper interpretation of the prophecy is the one who fulfills it, which is Christ himself. This is why there is an importance of Christ, of us acknowledging that Christ is in the earth, so that he can reveal the prophecy, which is why that's written in Revelation 5. Is that the one coming from the line of the tribe of Judah? So, and he's the one that to unseal the book. So this is why Yaju was asking, well, how is God, how did God reveal something to you if it's only revealed to the one whom is anointed, whom is the Christ? Because even Ezra, the prophet, was asking, well, I see. No, what I'm saying is all the prophets, they can see something, but don't know what it means. So they got the visions, but don't know what these things mean, which is why there's examples of the prophets asking, hey, what do these things mean? What does this mean? Even Daniel in the great vision, Daniel was like, oh, snap. The vision of the evening and the morning is true. You know, so there's always been confusion about the prophecy and the visions of what they mean. That's why the pen is in vain. So this is all about Christ in the generation fulfilling the vision, fulfilling the law, because the meaning of the visions were not given to the world. This is why it talks about Christ in Revelations coming to give us to unseal the book or unseal the prophecy so that we see. So I just wanted to like explain that so you get like everything that you're talking about. You may be, you know, digging into this word and that word. None of it still explains the vision.
Yes, it do, and I can show it.
Oh my goodness,
I'm gonna show you a part of
Okay.
it. Hold on, no, I'm gonna show you a part of it that literally
Go
describes
ahead, brother, man. Go
the
ahead.
beast that rises
Did
from the
you
earth.
did you hear anything I just said? So
Yes, I heard you.
you can look at Ezra's or you can look at any other prophet that's asking what the vision mean, but for some reason you believe it's being revealed. So if that's the case,
No,
why would
I'm saying this what I got on the screen. It reveals, I believe, the book of Revelation.
what do you mean when you say reveal? What do you mean? What do you mean?
Give answers, like how when it says the beast that rises from the earth, the beast that rises from the sea,
Uh-huh.
things like that, and that's like things like that. What many
Okay.
people always speculate: who's the beast that rises from the sea?
Okay,
You
give
got-
me. Let's see. I want you to give me an example of the beast and see if it because we have the understanding because it's been unsealed to us. The prophecy has all been unsealed to us. The whole prophecy.
Okay,
It's been unsealed to
I'm gonna
us
show you right here.
because we've heard from we're the witnesses to the actual Messiah. But give me an example of the beast and then explaining
Okay.
the meaning of the vision.
Where? Okay, so right here, if you look at the screen, right? I know y'all don't understand the numbers. Man, I don't know, but if we look at the sequence of the words Adonikum, Atma, and Adam, right? Adonikum means Lord of Rising, or my Lord arose, right?
Wait.
telling y'all that-
Back up. I'm gonna let you speak. I had to ask a question real quick. So you're saying through these numbers, this is what it's revealing, like through this whatever you're showing.
Okay.
This is how it reveals the
Break it up a
meaning,
little bit.
huh? Hello.
Yeah.
Okay. So
yeah.
correct. All right. So this
Yeah, you
is. Yeah, I hear you. So my brother said earlier that God is not a God of confusion, right? So you're telling me for everybody to understand, they have to get this, whatever it is that you're showing.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, I broke it down, man. I made videos on this, man. Like I made a whole YouTube series on this to break it down, like with what I was able to see in this. But let me show you a small part. Like it's just clear as day.
So okay, yeah, I'm gonna let you get to that. So basically, the whole point of us hearkening unto the voice of the Lord, which is the Son of God, which is Christ in the earth, we just throw that out, huh?
Yeah.
And just kind of go by your breakdown or whatever it is that you're showing that reveals it all.
Oh no, he Christ. He just not bold enough to say it. He Christ.
Oh, that's what he's saying?
Yeah. He just not bold enough to say
All
it.
right, man.
I didn't know that.
Let me just present my evidence. Okay, so it says, you see the word Adonikum, right?
Yep.
Adonikum. And then you see Adonikum means my Lord arose. You can look this up in the Hebrew meaning of the name Adonikum. You know, just like we know the names in the Bible do have meanings, right? Yeah, I agree with that. So the name Adonikum, you can look it up right now in the Strong's Concordance. It means my Lord arose. Then you have the word Atma, right? The word Atma means red earth or earthy. And then you got Adam, which is Strong's number 120. Adam, the first man, the first man in the garden. So when you look at this, my Lord arose from earth, Adam, right? Right?
Oh, yeah, I'm listening.
So now
to you,
you look
yeah.
at the name Adonikum, right? The name, the person in the Bible named Adonikum. Okay, all right. If you look at the name Adonikum, the person Adonikum in the Bible is only mentioned 3 times or twice. He's mentioned in the book of Nehemiah and the book of Ezra. And the only time he is mentioned is when they mention how many children is in his household. And how many children was in his household? 666. We know that's the number of the beast that rises from the earth. You can search Adonikum in the Bible and look up the times he was mentioned in the Bible. It's only twice, one in Nehemiah, one in Ezra. And he only mentioned with the number of his children being 666 children. So you got Adonikum, Atma, Adam. My Lord arose from the earth, Adam. And then you have Adonikum having 666 children. Looking deeper into it, you can that he's the beast that rises from the earth.
So
Go
did
ahead.
he literally have 600 kids?
When they talk about households, they mean you have like how they used to say in the house of, like when Israel used to be on number in their encampments. Judah, did Judah literally have that many kids? No, but they said how many people was of the house of Judah. You get what I'm saying? It was how many people was of his house, which of his lineage.
So I ain't trying to cut you short, brother, but now you basically proclaiming to be the anointed one. Do you have a plan to redeem the people?
Listen, I'm just trying to see do y'all see what I just explained?
No.
I'm not here to make this claim
Well, how does this? Okay,
brother,
you came up here and said
that you're not gonna outright say it.
Do y'all see what I just?
Zamar, you understand what the brother saying?
I mean, I heard what he's saying basically on the 606 children of basically the beast system, but I'm trying to figure out. First of all, I do want to know your conclusion, so I'm gonna give you a chance to give your conclusion, and then I have a sincere question after that. So I don't completely get what you're saying, but I want you to give your conclusion.
Okay. So this is what I'm saying. We know in the book of Revelation, it talks about the false prophet, the beast that rises from the earth, right? And it says that he has 2 horns like a lamb. It says that he has 2 horns like a lamb, which I'm also going to prove in this. And then it also says that he has the number of his name is 666. That's the number of his name and his mark.
Okay.
In this riddle, this whole riddle is more in this riddle revealed. I'm just revealing this part because I feel like this is the most clearest part that shows a revelation that is in the book of Revelation, which shows that Adam is the beast that rises from the earth. Okay. As I said, the name Adonikum means my Lord arose. Adonikum means my Lord arose. And then Atma means earth or red earth, which is the ground.
Okay.
So if you got Adonikum, which means my Lord arose, then you got Atma, which means the ground or earth. What does that say? And then you got the name Adam, which comes after that. My Lord arose from the ground, Adam. But then, okay, we only see that Adam arose from the ground, right? So I'm claiming him to be the beast that rises from the earth. So now we got to find the number 666. We see that in the name of Adam.
You're claiming who? You're claiming who to be the beast?
The verses that he's mentioning. Adam. Adam.
Adam?
The beast that rises from the earth. Yeah, he's the beast that rises from the earth. My Lord arose, which is Adonikum. That's what Adonikum means. Then Atma, which means earth. So, and then Adam. You can put those together. My Lord arose from the earth, Adam, or the Lord of rising. Adonikum really just means somebody who's rising. So, my Lord arose from the earth, Adam. And then you see with Adonikum, he has 666 children. Okay. Well, 666 people in his household. That's the only verse that he's mentioned in the Bible. So do you see that connection with Adam rising from being the beast that rises from the earth and the number of his name being 666, just in these 3 words?
I get your analogy, but I'm still trying to figure out the conclusion or the, of it. So you're going to have to, because obviously you're not going to be on here all night, discussing it. So I want you to get to your conclusion.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, I get what you're saying. Hello?
Okay, so we got that part out of the way. So I'm going to go a few words. Yeah, you hear me?
Yep.
You hear me? Okay, so I'm gonna go a few. We got that part out the way. I'm gonna go a few words before Adonikum, Adam, and Adam. I'm gonna start at Uphaz. So you got Uphaz, right? Uphaz. Uphaz. The name Uphaz means gold of the Python, right? That's what it means. You know, y'all can search it. I know if y'all want to search it, do research on your own.
I'm sorry. Hey, well, hold on, brother. Hold on. How about this? Can you give us the conclusion and then go into a short breakdown of why you got the conclusion? Just verbally give us a conclusion.
Okay.
I think that would be better.
So this is my conclusion. I'm gonna just say this: from the word Uphaz to the word Adam, it's describing Adam being the beast that rises from the earth with the number. The name of his number 666, as we've seen in the name Adonikum. But this is also talking about where Adam was from. You know, in the Genesis story, we always speculate where Adam is from. You know, in this part, it also tells where Adam is from, his origin. You know, his home, where he was at in Eden.
Okay.
Dude. All right. So now I'm gonna go into that. So the name Uphaz, the word Uphaz. I'm gonna start at Uphaz, then I'm gonna make my way to Adam, and that's gonna be it.
No. I'm saying no. I want you to remember. I want you to verbally tell me what it is you're saying without trying to with the words, because it's getting confusing. If you can just basically clearly, what is it that you're saying? That's what we want to know. So what does that mean? What is this in conclusion?
Okay.
The whole conclusion of the matter of what you're saying. What does it mean?
Adam is the beast that rises from the earth. He's the beast that rises from the earth. And in this, it's even talking.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So if I tell you that that's understood, then what? If I tell you that we already understand that, then what?
I'm gonna show something else that he was. You know, in the book of Genesis where it speaks on the Havilah and the Python River.
Okay.
He was formed from Havilah. Havilah was where he was formed. That was where he stayed.
Okay, brother. So this is where I want to stop you now. So we understand that the 666, which is not literally a number, but it's a deception that's in the earth. All right, it's in the tongue of Adam. Definitely is in the tongue of Adam. Basically, what you said. But for you to say that Adam or Genesis is referring to Adam in a specific place, thousands of years ago, and things of that sort,
I'm gonna show it.
Then you obviously don't understand the parables that are written in this prophecy. Genesis is brother. Hold on, brother. You can go through whatever words and breakdowns and definitions that you think you understand, but it's still not showing what you're talking about. I'm telling you that the story of Genesis, Adam and Eve, is not about a physical story of a man and a woman in a magical garden or a specific place in history. It's actually a story of the future or of a generation towards the end of days. All right, this story is about what's happening now. The story of Genesis reveals that it's a story about what happens in the last days, not what happened long ago. So it's not about the creation of man. These are metaphors and analogies describing Adam and Eve, which is more than one person upon the earth. It's not talking about a man and a woman or a man that came out of the ground thousands of years ago. No, it's talking about the men in the earth as we speak. That's what it's referring to. No, it's not. It's not my interpretation. It's not my perspective. It's not my interpretation. It's the truth and the knowledge that's coming from the one that has unsealed the prophecy. Okay. So that's the message. That's the message from the one who is sent. And if you reject that, you're not rejecting me. You're not rejecting him. You're rejecting God, because the one whom was sent by God is the one that has unsealed the prophecy and the interpretation to understand the vision of the prophecy. So not even that, but we even if you go in Genesis, it shows you that Genesis is referring to a future generation, It's a parable a metaphor and an allegory about a future generation. The book of Genesis is not about history and the creation of man coming out of the ground. That's not what it's about. It's more of a parable and a metaphor about a future generation.
Okay. Because I feel like y'all about to probably try to kick me off soon. Let me just go over this part. Y'all can have y'all. Just let me have this space to speak on this part, and I'll be done. That's cool.
Say, just make it short, bro. Make it short, because it's like, like I said, the conclusion is what we really want, is what matters. But you still really haven't given a conclusion, and I keep asking for it. You're just breaking down things that we're telling you that you're not really saying. You're not really telling us. You're not really telling us what you're saying. So if you keep going, it's like,
I'm saying that.
What is the point? Go ahead.
Okay, so this is my conclusion. Adam is the beast that rises from the earth, right? He's the beast with the number 666. That's my thing. And in it also shows where he. The part where it just shows where he formed. That's just more to solidify my reasoning. I just want to break part down before so it said at Uphaz, and I'm go all the way to Adam. So Bible, but Uphaz means gold of the fastest river, or the Pison River. The next word is Ubal. The word Ubal simply means a river, the next dwelling place. And then we got the sequence of word Adonikum, Adma, and Adam. So what is it saying? That Uphaz and the Pison River was the home of Adam, where Adam raised from the ground. But if we go to Genesis, we don't see Uphaz, but we see Havilah. Havilah is encircled by the Pison River, which makes me believe that Uphaz is just another name for Havilah. And the definition of Uphaz means gold of the Pison River. Ubal means a river. So
let me help you out, brother. Let me help you out. So how does this on the
river?
Let me
the word Ohel, which
can you hear me?
A tent or a dwelling. Go ahead.
So let me help you out. How does this help us? How does this help us worship God in spirit and truth?
Well, the thing is, this is only a part of the code, right? Of this riddle. If I break down the rest, I basically break down. I mean, I can get into all that, but I mean, it's just basically like I made a whole series on, like I said, but in the series I break down the sin of Adam and how he is, I believe, the son of perdition, and what we should be preparing ourselves for in the last days to not fall by that same spirit. So that's what not following the same spirit that Adam did when he fell,
Okay, brother. I hear you. So once again, I don't think that really explains, what it is. You said you break it down in the video. Okay, that's cool. But if it was just up to you talking to us, not breaking it down in the video, but really just helping us see what it is that we need to understand, or what it is we need to do, I don't think that you've really done that. So it's
that's because, let me just say this. That's because this whole code is supposed to synchronize. I'm only showing y'all a part just for y'all eyes to be open.
Well, who are you? Okay, so who are you to? Where's the rest of it? Well, like, who are you to do that?
The rest is on the screen. I mean, I just how to do it. I mean, what you mean? I got the right to try to break something down if I want to.
No, what I'm saying is because every man is a liar, and the deception, or the 666, is a part of every man talking. Every man speaking and saying something or giving an interpretation, that is part of the mark of the beast, or the beast system. That's why we're in this darkness. because of the doctrines of man and this and ideologies and religious is all those things. So when I say who are you, you're another man, right? Another man. Every man is a liar. Every man is marked by the beast. The beast causes all men to be marked. Everyone. That mark is a deception. So if every man is a liar, when I'm asking you, who are you to give me anything if every man is a liar? Meaning your interpretations and your breakdowns of whatever is just another doctrine of men. So that's what I'm asking you.
No, the thing is, you don't want to even. I've been through this already with many people. They don't want to even. They already come prejudging what I come with, so they blind themselves or even seeing what I'm talking about.
Well, no, that's not it, brother. Bro. Hold on.
You see it as a doctrine of man.
Hold on, brother.
You don't agree already.
Hold on. It's not that I don't agree. It's not that I see it as a doctrine of man or any of those things that you just said. I'm telling you that we're in Babylon. I asked you, who are you to give anyone or me something if every man is a liar? I'm asking you a very sincere question. So don't tell me what other people have done with you. I'm asking you a question. Who are you to present to me anything, and what solidifies that what you are saying is the truth? I'm asking a sincere question. It's not based on biasness. The truth is...
And this is what I'm...
No, because you said that I'm prejudging and all these other things, but the truth of the matter is that if every man is a liar, I'm asking you, who are you to stand apart from every other man in the earth if every man is a liar? And the devil have deceived the whole world, and that means every single one is a liar. What sets you apart that I'm supposed to accept that what you're saying is some type of truth or insight to truth or insight to a coding of the truth or whatever, however you want to say it? That's a very sincere question. It's a detailed question, but I can make it short again. Who are you that I should accept that what you're saying is the truth? Because I've been informed that every man is a liar in the earth. So what solidifies or what separates you? Okay, that's fair. What solidifies or separates you from every other man, including me?
See, this is the thing.
Can you just answer the question?
I'm
Because if you can tell me that, it would be easy to walk with you on everything that you're trying to explain. But I've been through this before. Everyone has a breakdown. Everyone has something to say, and that's why I'm telling you that it's written that every man is a liar. Every man is under a doctrine. So I'm asking you, what sets you apart from that? From every man being a liar. If we can deal with that, then it would be, huh?
I'm gonna just show something real quick.
Bro, I'm asking you a sincere question. If you can deal with that, then I can see okay, well, then everything that you're breaking down, it'll be something that, will make sense. Because already it's not making sense. But, like I said, what is separating you from all the other doctrines? Who are you if every man is a liar? Like you said, you call me a liar? So if all of us are in that boat, then what separates you? Why should I listen to you based on other than what I'm saying or, what I'm bringing? That's what I'm asking you. And I'm not saying that because I don't want to hear you. It doesn't already make sense. It doesn't. Because you're not giving me the conclusion. That's why I asked you for that.
I gave you the conclusion many times, man. But this is what I'm gonna say. Because this is the thing. I can't just. If I even try to prove it, you're just gonna come with something messed up. I'm not trying to prove nothing. I just, like I said, I wanted the evidence to speak for itself. if you couldn't see what I was, breaking down in that part, it's like, I mean, that's what I feel like kind of would show, the things revealed, as I stated, with
So
Adonikum, Adam. But
Bro,
I don't know
no. See,
if my
that's what I'm
screen's
telling.
there, but
That's what we told you. The pen is in vain. Are you? I'm not trying to call you dumb or stupid, but listen, the pen is in vain. So whatever you're showing is written down. It doesn't explain anything. Whatever is written down doesn't explain anything. That's why it's in vain. So there's an interpreter to interpret what is written. There is an interpreter because many things can be written down and there can be a complete meaning that's missing because people don't have the comprehension to understand the coding of what was written in these scriptures. So you can convince yourself that you crack the code and things of this sort, but the pen is in vain. So there has to be spoken word. Faith come by hearing the word, brother, not by reading. So we have to hear the truth from the mouth of God, not read it. So when you say, oh, well, it's revealing itself when what I'm showing, I feel it speaks for itself. No, it doesn't. We live by every word that proceedeth out of the mouth of the Most High. So what I'm saying is we should be looking for the mouth of the Most High, not what's written in pen or on paper. That's why I'm asking you, whatever it is that you're trying to break down, it's your interpretation of what you read, and then you're trying to say that it speaks for itself, but it doesn't. It's you in your interpretation trying to show somebody what you think about what's written. And there is no explanation in what's written because it can be taken 1,000 different ways, which is why the mark of the beast is in the tongue of Adam. The mark of the beast is in the tongue of man.
wow.
The deception is in the tongue of men. That's why every man is a liar. So we have to hear from the mouth of God, which is pure truth and wisdom. And that's what I'm saying to you. That's what I'm saying to you.
I see. All right, and I'm gonna just share one more thing on the screen. Just it's not just anything. I know, like Yadu said, like he didn't have any certain revelation or visions. Which, hey, if you say that, I mean that's cool. But this is my screen sharing.
No, I yield, brother. I yield.
Nah, I mean, I'm just trying to finish.
Go ahead and play what you finna play. And I got a question for you.
Nah, it's not play. It's just a picture, man. I'ma just
It's you showing us the sky. It say, "Ye man of Galilee, why gaze into the sky?" You want us to gaze into the sky?
This is all I'm saying. This was was manifesting in the clouds after I had a certain dream one night. The same day I came to record the dream, I saw this in the sky. It's an image of a lion, man. And that's just that was just a simple sign that stuck with me. Everybody who watching, that's just all I'm showing. I know many people ain't gonna agree. I'm not trying to make nobody agree. I'm just trying to put this stuff forth. And if you see, I hope you see, humbly.
There are no signs.
All right, so I got a question for you. How you feel about us judging the Roman Catholic Church, starting the government for people? Yeah, because scripture references Christ comes with the government on his shoulders, right? Wow.
Yeah.
Many people doing dead works when it comes to God, but somebody was gonna come in the last days to overthrow the system and redeem the people from captivity. So how do you feel about a brother like yourself, a judge in the Roman Catholic Church, for everything they did to our people?
I mean, that's like, I mean, yeah. I mean, I see truth in that. I'm definitely against, a lot of doctrines just going around now. The Catholic stuff being one of them. So anybody, doing that, I mean, yeah, I feel like it's in line with the truth. I mean, you even got, Hebrew Israelites speaking against the Roman Catholic Church and stuff like that. You got a lot of people speaking against, that. So I mean, I'm not against that. Like I said, at the end of the day, I'm seeking truth, too. So, and I know that stuff is, faulty. So.
Okay. All right, so bro, if you go to that website, yajujudah.com, I'm not sure if you're familiar with it, but if you go to yajujudah.com, you can check out the petition that was started on behalf of Judgment Roman Catholic Church. And you know, this for all of us. So, you know, whenever you get a chance, make sure you check that out. It's way bigger than solving riddles, cracking the system.
I mean, y'all saying a riddle, but the thing with the book of Revelation, y'all talk about the book being in parables. The whole book is in parables and like an enigma. So that's part of, you know, understanding the truth.
Yeah, you're right. You're right.
Jesus taught in riddles and parables, and you know what he also did? He broke them down. But you know what else he said? He's speaking riddles because those who had ears, they wouldn't understand it. But certain people will understand it. So that's why I'm saying when I come with that, I know a lot of people ain't gonna understand it. I'm not even, like I say, making the claim that I am.
So are you saying that you Christ? Yes or no?
No, I just said that I'm not. See, y'all want me to say that, so I'm just
so yes or no.
I'm
just asking a question. It's a yes or no question because after you answer my question, I'm going to something else. Are you Christ? Yes or no?
I'm not gonna make that claim, man. I'm not gonna, you know, say that, you know.
It's a yes or no, brother. Do you imagine that you Christ? Do you feel like you Christ? It's a yes or no.
Nah, I can't just say that because I know this. What I say, the things that it say Christ is.
Hey, bro, I'm not trying to dance, bro. You dance enough. You've been trying to solve riddles.
Let me answer my question. I'm gonna give it. I'm gonna give it.
You did enough talking, bro. Let your yay be yay. Let your no be no.
This is all I'm gonna say. It speaks on Christ being blameless, right?
All right,
the things that we know is blameless, yeah, peace.
I think
that we know is blameless.
Go ahead.
The things that we know is blameless. I'm gonna say I can't just see myself. I don't just see myself as a flawless being. That's what I'm gonna say. So when I say that's a bold statement,
then, brother. Say no. Say no then.
I'm gonna give my explanation. Y'all go hear my explanation about it. It ain't everything just a yes or no or black and white.
Brother, I'm just saying that's not a manly conversation. If you gonna stand on something, just say no. Then you say, let me give it. You don't force nobody to hear your explanation. Well, now when we gonna hear you.
Y'all don't force me to say no or yes.
We ain't forced you to say no, but if somebody asks you a yes or no question, you first give the answer to the question, then put your scenario or your statement on.
No, because as much as I watch y'all debate Hebrew Israelites, y'all don't give yes or no answers when they ask y'all yes or no questions, and that's truth.
No, that's not. No, brother. But for one thing, you don't bring what we do with other people into what we talking to me and you, because right now, if you ask us a yes or no question, we're gonna say yes or no. That's truthful. That's what the scriptures say. Let your yea be yea, let your no be no. Now, if you got an explanation, you just got an explanation. But first, give us an answer, because we didn't ask for your explanation.
I refuse to answer that.
Well, anything else is deception.
The way y'all want me to answer
that. Well, see what I'm saying? That's an answer, though. That's a straight up answer. I refuse to answer. That's cool.
But like I said, man.
But that's what I say. But brother, man, we didn't talk a lot with you. You didn't talk to all three of us. You see what I'm saying? You presented, you know. And like I said, you broke the first principle, so you kept going off the cliff. You went straight off the cliff. You know, you ain't make that. You didn't make that right turn when the principles were stated in the beginning. Christ comes to give us information. You can't answer that.
Information.
So, but that's what I'm saying. But brother man, you can't answer it. But what? So that means you can't tell us. Like everybody want to tell us, but don't want to tell us what we need to know. Who are you? You a prophet? You an angel?
God revealed those things, man.
Not none of those things.
You know, let me say this. You know how many people in the church and all these things, like they can say that with their mouth, but they haven't, you know, God haven't chosen them.
Bro, that's why we in Babylon. We keep going into long rants. We in Babylon, right? It say flee from Babylon, right? So right now we should be having conversations on how to flee from Babylon. We're not supposed to be exchanging knowledge and wisdom, but we got a plan, a solid plan to get our people out of these conditions. And you keep trying to sell us information. Well, tell us information. And you're not even telling us if you Christ or not.
The thing is, this is what y'all don't understand though. It's like this is exactly what the Pharisees.
Hold on, calm down. Then you don't have
no witness. Man, my bad.
Do you have a plan? What is your plan?
Man, my plan right now is to get this message out. That's all I can say right now. I go with the flow in the spirit, man. This is the thing that's been put on my heart. That's been, revealed to me.
And so, okay, so we know your message. Well, I don't know if we heard your message. What is your message supposed to do for us now?
I told you. I said if Adam is the beast that rises from the earth, this give answers so we can look out. Now we look at the character of Adam and how he fell, and how could he tie into the beast that rises from the earth as it speaks on the false prophet. You get what I'm saying? We look at how he fell, we look at his sin and stuff, and then we can be prepared. Because the beast that rises from the earth, what does it say? That no man may buy or sell unless they had a mark. So we got to be prepared for someone who is seeking to come and attack our carnal desires.
Brother,
how is that not understandable?
Hey, the devil deceived the whole world. Everybody been marked with the lies. So now it would be time for somebody to arise from the people to redeem the people from the lies, from the deception. So that's what we are right now. Everybody been lied to. And I'm not, do you believe in the 2,000-year-old coming of Christ?
Yeah.
All right, so you've been marked with the lies, so you can't be Christ.
That's what you believe.
Brother, the 2,000-year-old doctrine comes from the Roman Catholic Church. The Roman Catholic Church came out earlier last year and told the whole world they lied to the people about these times and timelines. And right now, you just said you believe the timelines, but you're supposed to be Christ, but you won't admit it. So it's like,
so
now,
this is what I'm saying, though.
We got a plan. It's a real plan on the table to overthrow this system, to redeem our people from captivity. And you spilling false doctrine. And you see what I'm saying? So
let me interject. So in short, brother, in short, real short. And this is short. This is real short. If you're not, no, hold on. If you're not the speaker of God, meaning the one that God anointed to speak on behalf of Him, the Son of God, the Lamb of God, the Holy One of Israel, there is a specific man, according to prophecy, that has the authority to judge and make war. All right, you're talking about coming with a message, but everybody's eyes have been closed. No one understands what's written in the books. It's all been sealed. So the prophecy is sealed. So we're supposed to wait on the voice of the Lord, or wait on the day of the Lord to hear from the mouth of the Lord, which is the high priest. You're not claiming to be that high priest. You don't have no witnesses to testify that you're that high priest. You're not even given the sign, or given out the sign that you have the wisdom as that high priest. Because any other sign that you spoke of, there is no other signs. There's only one sign that the witnesses would get, the true witnesses, is that when this man speaks, that he would speak with such wisdom that it confounds everything. It confounds and pierces the very soul of someone's heart. And you haven't done that. Now what I can say, as well as other witnesses, that I know somebody that has done that. And it's not that I'm not humble. It's not that I can't be humble. But it's the fact that you don't want to accept that you are not supposed to be speaking for God and no other man. You're in sin when you're trying to speak or teach or prophesy with your head covered. You have to uncover your head, which means that you have to be in alignment with God's Christ, His high priest. So if you have not come to Him, if you have not heard the information in the words of God through Him, which is the mouth of God, then you are out of order. This is why every man is a liar. And the only one who has the truth and is the way and the doorway to the truth of God is the Holy One of Israel, the anointed, the high priest. That's what we're telling you. If you're not that high priest, it will behoove you to sit down and stop teaching or call yourself trying to break down any code or whatever, because you're just doing You're just regurgitating what every man, well, not every man, but what most men have done in the earth, which is regurgitate doctrines, ideologies, and teachings of men that basically are not the truth. It's not the truth. The truth is going to be spoken, not broken down through books and uncoding and all that. The truth is going to be spoken by the anointed high priest. And the sign is when he speaks, you will hear the voice of God. And we don't hear that in you, bro. The witnesses, the children of the light bear witness to the light. So that means that there is witnesses. It's not that everybody is just going to be in the dark and you're not going to see the light. No, there are witnesses that are in the dark. They're the children of the light that bear a witness to the light. So when the light is here, it's not just going to be unknown. No, it's going to be known by some. And they're going to speak of that light. But there's so many men that are still talking and standing up, trying to speak for God, when every man is a liar. We're not supposed to receive any man except for the one who is sent by God. And this is what we're trying to tell you, bro. So when you say you have a message, so does every other brother on the block have a message or a doctrine or an ideology or an interpretation. That's why I asked you a sincere question to see if we can get somewhere. I said, brother, what sets you apart? No. I asked you what sets you apart. You couldn't tell me that. So, I gave you the opportunity to kind of like, okay, well, give me the peace so that at least I can separate you from other men. Because if you're the one that God has anointed, first of all, my ears are open and I'm listening and I don't hear that. But at least, proclaim that so I can, try to separate you from every other man. But you haven't done that. Every man is a liar. And we're not to receive any man except for the one that God has risen up and anointed. So that's the whole purpose to this, bro. That's the whole purpose of why this is not mushing here, or it's not jiving here.
Okay, and this is gonna be my last thing before I go. I just want to attack a few things you just said. You just said that some people will see,
as in us. We've already testified. We already testified.
What I'm saying.
We already testify of the risen Messiah, or we are the children of light that bear witness to the light. So it's only going to be the one. It's only going to listen. It's only going to be the ones that see Christ. It's the ones that see Christ testify of Christ. So you know that we testify that Yaju Judah is He. So it's only going to be the ones that see Him that testify of Him. That's why we ask you all these important questions. Do you have witnesses? Do they testify of you? Do you bear the sign of the one born of the Virgin? You don't bear any of these things.
Man. Okay, let me say this.
So you're just another brother talking. I mean, you can speak, bro, but it's like when we gave you the opportunity, you haven't really given us the conclusion to what it is that you're trying to present. And then when you did try to say something, it still didn't really help us get an understanding of, okay, what does this mean? And you couldn't even answer our questions yes or no to help us separate you from any other man. So you basically put yourself in the category of another liar, because there's no proof. There's no proof. There's no proof to what you're saying, because the words do not know what's written in the book is written in vain. So they do not give life. The words that are written in the book, they kill, meaning they kill the truth and the true understanding. But the spoken word, the spirit which is spoken, that gives life. That gives understanding. That gives enlightenment, not the book. So we want you to understand this clear, brother, all through love, that the book kills. The letter kills, but the spirit, which are the words that Christ speaks, they give life, meaning they give enlightenment. They give meaning. They give us substance. It feeds our thoughts and our soul to understand the manifestation of God, so that we can worship God in truth, in spirit. So I just want you to understand that, bro. This is not out of not hearing you or not wanting to receive you or being biased. It's not any of that. It's the reality that we're trying to show you is that you're not supposed to be speaking. You're not supposed to be teaching. Because if you are, you fall in that category of the very beast system that you're talking about. You're keeping people enslaved and in bond to doctrines and deception instead of directing people to Christ, which is the one who actually is anointed and speaks for God. So we are the witnesses that testify that Christ Yaju Judah is that anointed one, and he has brought the bread from heaven, and we only eat that bread and we pass it out, and we pass that message. So every other man is a liar, but we are the ones that have the truth, and there is no lie found with what we speak, because we take, it's not our message, it's the message of the Messiah that has been sent. So any other man we are correcting, or we are judging. This is why Christ came to judge and make war. So if you're not, like I said, if you're not that one, then you shouldn't be speaking, and you basically reveal yourself and who you are. If you're not that one and you're speaking, you reveal that you're part of the deception. As simple as that, brother.
Well, just like I just say, let every man be a liar and let God, speak the truth. We'll just see,
Yep, we'll see, brother. Well, thank you for coming up, brother.
And don't forget to check out the petition on
Shalom.
Boy, I'm glad that's over with. Man. And that's why, I dealt with the first thing, with the first principle. Well, I tried to make him make the right turn. He kept going straight off the cliff. And we both agreed that Christ brings the seals. But the first thing he said, he going to come up here and show him what God showed him. And then he going to agree with me when he say God not going to skip Christ. God ain't going to skip Christ, y'all. It's just that, like I said, man, and that's why I say a lot of people, they're not meek, man. They're not meek. They're not pure-hearted. They head first in, their own way of doing things. They head first in their own way of doing things, y'all. When they say when you head first, you don't look for ways. You go head first. This is where we at, y'all. So he kept straight. He went off the cliff. I tried to make him have the right turn, which deal with the principle. That's like if people can't deal with principles, if they're not gonna slow down when principles is spoken, you almost can know where the conversation gonna go. Some people you gotta hit them with 4 or 5 principles. But if they just run past them principles like a speed bump, put them in the left lane and let them crash.
He just wrote that that he can't be judged. We can't judge him. So what is the purpose of God raising up a prophet or a king amongst us to judge and make war, to judge and establish justice in the world? You haven't.
Don't it say the saints gonna judge angels?
It absolutely says that. It's written that the saints will judge angels. It's written that Christ would judge and make war. And it's written that the ones that repent at Christ's coming, will be risen up as judges to judge with Christ. So basically, all those that receive the true Son of God, Christ has committed judgment unto them to judge the world with him, which is correcting. So, brother, when you just came up, you got judged. This is what judgment is correction. So when you say we can't judge you, on the contrary, we are. See, you got in your imagination that when it says judge not and be not judged, that's not referring to Christ, because obviously it's written that Christ would be risen up to judge. And if he has people that he's appointing to judge, it's not referring to them. Obviously, this judge and not be judged is not referring to Christ in his priesthood. The priesthood, it's their job to be the judges in the earth. I mean, it's written that the earth is given into the hands of the wicked and they cover up the faces of the judges. So that means that there's judges in the earth that need to take their position. You see that? So get off that we can't judge. You just witnessed, or you just been before the Son of God, who has been who's been given all authority to judge mankind. So you just come before his council. This is Judgment Day.
Well, I see we got a guest on the stage. Some peace to you, Amanda Kiss. I don't know if I'm pronouncing that right.
Yo.
Peace. What's going on, brother?
What you doing with y'all?
Good.
So who y'all think Jesus is?
Well, it's Christ. Christ would be Yajujuba. We don't believe in the 2,000-year, because when a lot of people say Jesus, they believe in that 2,000-year, character that everybody got made up in their mind. So the living Son of Man, which would be Christ, would be Yajujuba.
I got a lot of background noise.
We don't believe. Yeah, hold on. We don't believe. We know. But what you was going to say?
No, I said I got a lot of background noise for y'all.
Nah, you good.
Hey, can you show? Is this Jadakiss?
Yeah, who is that? My bad. Who is that talking? Is that Amanda Kiss?
Yeah, Amandakis. I said Jadakiss.
Hey, turn on your camera, brother, if you don't mind. You see our face? Yeah, turn your camera on. You see our face. We see yours.
Can I ask what you want to see my face for? I mean, I'll show it. I'll just,
Yeah, please.
All right, give me one sec.
Might be a troll. Might be a troll, so get ready.
Ain't no bro.
Okay, I was just making sure, I know we have a lot of people trolling. What's up, brother, man?
Yeah, how y'all
You taught
doing?
us before?
You said what happened?
You taught us before?
I think once before.
Yeah, your face looks familiar. All right, what you got for us, brother?
Well, so who y'all say Jesus is? Jesus is Christ? Just not one that existed 2,000 years ago, right?
Correct.
But Jesus is Christ, though.
No, man. The Jesus that people believe in is a made-up deity. Because Christ is a living vessel that God chose. So this is a foretold story. This is a story that foreshadows what's going to happen at the day of God. So the people that stole these scriptures, they put dates on it and told us it already happened. So we don't take the New Testament as a foreshadow of something that will happen in the last days. We take the Bible as a historical story, when the Bible is a book of visions and dreams about what's going to happen in the last days.
So there ain't no date like at all type thing, right? Like no date at all.
Ain't no dates in the Bible.
Okay.
It do got the last days though, but ain't no dates on the last days.
Yeah, so we don't really know when the last day is, right?
Nah, the last days is only revealed by those who witness the manifestation of Christ, because Christ is the one that brings the new beginning. Christ brings the end and the beginning, because you got the new heaven and new earth. So like a lot of people think when Christ say I'm the beginning and the end, that's the beginning of the world. No, it's the beginning of new creation. But it's the end of the old creation. So a lot of people don't read that looking toward God's vision. They read it with their imagination. So just understanding, we don't know when the last days is, but once Christ is manifest, You know, as it said, God gonna speak, you know, through the Son in the last days.
So with the last days, you say when it's like when it's manifested, like when he shows himself, like reveals it.
Correct. Because remember, you're gonna have a new beginning.
Okay. So is that
You're gonna have two resurrections in the last days. You're gonna have the first resurrection, which those that see Christ first, to bring forth the new heaven on earth. And then once everything is solidified, and the one that brought that new heaven on earth, he gonna be lifted up. Then everybody gonna see him. That will be the second resurrection, which is what we waiting on. Right now, we waiting on the second resurrection. The first resurrection has already happened.
okay? So you are Christ, so you were lifted up already.
I'm lifted up in the second resurrection because that's why in the second resurrection, everybody gonna resurrect because everybody gonna know who Christ is. So it's gonna be eternal. I don't want to say eternal fire. So some people gonna be like eternal shame. They're gonna have shame forever, and some people gonna have joy forever. You know, that's what's gonna happen at the second resurrection. Yeah, so that's the last day.
So does the last day start before the first resurrection, or it's the second one?
No, that'll be the end of the last day.
Okay, I hear
And
you.
the beginning of the new for everybody. That'll be the beginning of the new for everybody. Because you gotta think about once Christ is revealed on earth, you gotta think about what's gonna happen to religion. There ain't gonna be no more Christians. It ain't gonna be no more Baptists, Buddhists, Jehovah's Witnesses, Muslims. All that's wiped out the earth. So it's gonna be a whole new world. It's gonna be a whole new mind frame out here. That's the new beginning. But you know, you got a 7-day creation. You know, it's a span for these things to happen, for these things to be complete. I would say, for the completion of the building of the new heaven and earth, it was a time span.
I ain't got much to say. I just was wondering who y'all thought Jesus was. That was it. So all right, let's go back. Jesus is Christ, but not the one from 2,000 years ago.
Well, if you read Colossians 4:11, Jesus would be those that's walking with Christ, the fellow workers of the kingdom of God. So right now, the man has told us Jesus is one man that walked the earth 2,000 years ago. They gave us a whole backstory, which that would be the deception that has spread it upon the face of the world. But as the scripture references, Jesus would be the workers of the fellow kingdom of God. I'm sorry. That would be walking with Christ in the last days.
That's justice, right? Justice.
Correct.
Justice. All right. So correct me then on how that Jesus being called justice is the same Jesus being called Christ.
Because the body of Christ brings justice to the world. So Jesus is the body. Christ is the head. Christ is the anointed, because this is why you have Jesus Christ. Like I said, they turned that name and this prophetic vision into a deity, so you could worship a false god. But that's why the Bible talks about the body of Christ. Christ is just the head. So you got the just us. That's really what it says. Just us. The just ones, the righteous ones, the ones that bring justice to the earth. So these are the people that's going to be attached to Christ. This will form a body. which will be Jesus Christ. All these things happen in the last days.
So in other words, Jesus Christ is the priesthood of God. In the priesthood, there's a head priesthood. I mean, there's a head priest, and then there's the rest of the priests. Jesus Christ is the priesthood of God in the earth. So in other words, when we're talking about the mouth of God, it reveals in the prophecy that that the priesthood are the ones that possess the Spirit of God. So this would be the house of God.
Like the house of David or like the house of God?
The house of David, yeah, the house of God.
Justice.
Justice. The workers of the kingdom. The workers of the kingdom are the ones that establish the kingdom of heaven. So it would be the priesthood that is fathering and mothering the earth, meaning bringing the spiritual righteousness and correction in the earth. So that is who God is in the earth, or that is the manifestation of God in the earth, is a priesthood that makes up the house of God, which is a body of people that are with Christ. That's Jesus Christ, the priesthood. Melchizedek. I mean, there's so many different titles, but
All right. So you say Jesus Christ
is the King of Righteousness.
My fault. I think somebody talking.
no, go ahead, brother.
No. Oh, all right. So you saying Jesus Christ is not cooking or somebody talking?
Hey, brother, the other brother is talking. You got to mute up, brother. But go ahead. Amaticus, I like that name. But go ahead.
So Jesus Christ is a priesthood, and that priesthood is also Melchizedek.
Yeah, Melchizedek is the order of God. You know, the Melchizedek is the order of God in the earth. So God's priesthood, starting with the head priest, which is the firstborn of God's order, the firstborn of God's order to receive, or to receive authority to basically order and establish righteousness and correction in the earth. The firstborn of God's order is Christ. And so Christ, therefore, purifies the angels, which are those other priests that God has called, to make up the priesthood. So the priesthood is an anointment of brothers and sisters that Christ is basically that Christ is anointed.
Okay, so Melchizedek anoint Jesus Christ, and Jesus Christ anoint
Melchizedek is the order. Melchizedek is Christ. Because the Son of Man or Christ himself is the firstborn of that order, meaning the firstborn of God's Spirit. So he's the firstborn to establish the order in the earth. Melchizedek is the order of God that plays out in the earth. So when it's written, "Let us make man in our image," that's not God in the sky making men and women out of clay in the sky somewhere. That's the prophecy being fulfilled in the earth, which is this group of people that God has chosen. They are making a new heaven and a new earth, meaning they are transforming minds, or they are renewing minds in the earth. So that is what it means when it says, "Let us make man in our image." It's the priesthood of God purifying the earth, which is to baptize, or what do you call it? Restore the minds in the earth.
It is a nice. Also,
Well, whoever's talking is breaking up.
Melchizedek is.
Whoever's taught is that Arterio? Hey, brother, man, you gotta fix your reception, bro, because it's like really like distracting because you keep breaking up. So right now we talking to Amandicus. If you can fix your reception, then we can pass the mic to you, bro. But go ahead, Manicus.
Okay, so Melchizedek is just like a priestlyhood order. It's just an order of something, right? Okay,
Yeah,
that's
yeah,
fair.
yeah.
That's fair. So it's not an actual physical like person like Zadok isn't like an actual not a
Well,
person, right?
it's the particular people that are of the priesthood. It doesn't say their actual names in the prophecy, but yeah, the zodiacs or the priesthood, they are actual people. And so all you got to do is find the Christ and the witnesses, and that's the priesthood.
Okay, so maybe I got the wrong idea of who Melchizedek was because I thought it was like a something similar to like what a manifestation of an angel would be in a way. I thought,
But the priesthood are the angels. So it's all the same. The angels are the priest of God, the messengers, the ones that speak for God in the earth, or the temple or the house of God in the earth. So for people to come and worship God in spirit and truth, they got to come to those that are of the house of God to basically really hear from God. So that's the whole purpose of God raising his priesthood in the earth, is so that the world can all attach themselves to the image, which is the house of God. But there has to be an image first. So that's the whole purpose of the firstborn, the first priest, being risen up to gather the other priests to establish the government of God set in the earth. And this will be the order of Melchizedek. So it's a priesthood. The priests are the angels, bro. Angels are the priests, the messengers of God.
Okay. All right. Well, I guess I get like a kind of like a gist of who y'all think Jesus Christ is, I suppose. So Jesus Christ is like a whole priesthood. It's a body of people, and so who follows them? Who follows them? Like Paul and John and all these people. Like that's where they come in afterward.
Paul, what do you mean?
So
Paul and John and all those guys that people, the world, reads about are not. They're fictitious characters. They're not real characters. These are parables and stories written about. I mean, they represent, like for instance, Judah. Judah represents, or Jerusalem or Israel. They all represent a people. Same thing as the characters in the scriptures. They represent our generation, the mindsets.
So Israel and Jerusalem are two different people, though, right?
Israel and Jerusalem, however you look at it, they're mindsets. It's a mindset. They're mindsets because these don't represent like one person. They represent the people of God. They represent the people of the book. They represent a generation. So these are not like, if you look at them as individual characters that lived a long time ago. Not saying that there weren't people that wrote down these things, but the story is not about the past, it's about the future. So the story is written about our generation. So basically, Paul represents more than one person. Peter represents more than one person. All the disciples represent more than one person. Their mindsets of this generation, just like Adam and Eve. Adam and Eve represent this generation. That it shows you that in Genesis. Judah, Israel, they're not all one person, but they represent a people, they represent a generation. The seed of Jacob, the seed, when it talks about the seed of Jacob, it represents a generation. So that's what all these things are referring to, man.
Okay, so a seed will grow, though, correct?
If it's planted, right?
Right, and that seed is supposed to bear fruit, correct?
a certain kind of fruit.
Right. I'm gonna assume we're talking about a good tree, at least, and it's gonna bear good fruit. So if that seed is a generation, then outcome of that generation should be something that comes out of it, right?
After no, because this generation has to be torn down. They have to be reborn again. So the generation that we're in now has to be born again or baptized in the truth, basically renewed, and then the new creature can come. You have to be baptized and
So we
reborn,
get rid of John.
huh?
Get rid of John first. We like get rid of John first, right? Like
What do you mean?
John, because his baptism, I'm gonna assume, isn't gonna be relative.
Oh yeah. It's not the whole truth. So John, another one that represents a mindset. There was a lot of people that prepared the way for Christ. You know, the coming of Christ, or you know, the truth, but it wasn't the whole truth. It was like watered down information, bits and pieces. So the whole truth is established as Christ is. Hello? Who said that? All right. So what I said is that, yeah, so as Christ is here in the earth, he brings the whole truth. That's why it talks about him baptizing with fire. Not literally setting us on fire, but baptizing with the pure truth to purify us in the truth. So, I forgot what I was saying, but John is another example of mindsets of people that they had bits and pieces of the truth and they prepared the way for Christ, but Christ is the real bread from heaven, or Christ is has the whole truth. So yeah, when you said get rid of John, not get rid of John, it's more so receiving the whole truth now.
So is Jesus the mindset then too? Since he made the way for, or since John made the way for Jesus, if John is a mindset, then Jesus has to be mindset, right?
No, it speaks of Jesus. It speaks of Christ being an actual flesh and blood man in the earth to host the Spirit of God.
But they said the same thing about John being born too. I thought, at least.
Once again,
John was in the womb with the Holy Spirit.
What you're referring to is referring to, like I said, bits and pieces of the truth. So if John is saying that he's not worthy and he's passing on the torch to Christ and he's not worthy to fill his sandals, you know what I'm saying, and things of that sort, basically that was not everything that we had before, like the old song. Everything that we had before, that's the old song. But God makes all things new. So now we're supposed to be listening to the Son. So I'm saying that there are people that represent John. All right? There is people that represent Jesus Christ, which is a priesthood in this day and time. There are people in this day and time that represent John, and there are people in this day and time that represent Jesus Christ, which is a priesthood. So there are many people and mindsets that have played the part of John, preparing the way for Christ, but they didn't have the whole truth. They just spoke of Christ. They spoke of Christ, but they weren't bringing the truth that Christ has. Christ is the one that's bringing the truth.
So was John a part of the prophecy to make that way for him?
I mean, it's written in the prophecy. It's written there.
So that's fair. Okay, so John was supposed to do what you said he did. Even if it was like a bits and pieces of something, Paul said the same thing, like I prophesy in part and things like that. Like I received.
That's like saying, is darkness supposed to be there? Of course darkness is supposed to be there.
So you're saying John is darkness or no?
No, I'm saying the balance. I'm saying the balance.
Yeah, it's supposed to happen.
Yeah, it's supposed to happen. That's why God is in control of it all. God hardened Pharaoh's heart for his purpose. So all things are done for the purpose of God. That's all I'm saying, bro.
Okay, that's very much true. The good and the bad. Yeah. With let's say John, right, is supposed to represent a mindset Right. So the book was written, the whole thing was for this specific generation, right? Like the whole book was for this specific generation and the one to come after us, correct?
Well, the generation to come after us is a everlasting. But yeah, it's written for this specific generation. Me are the chosen generation, meaning the generation that Christ walks in. So that's why we're considered the chosen generation. Also a wicked generation, because the generation that Christ walks in is the same generation that rejects Christ. But after Christ establishes God's government in the earth and establishes the truth, after he's lifted up, after the days of our prophecy are done, this will be an everlasting kingdom that is established, which is not a physical thing coming out the sky, but it's a new beginning, a new mindset, a renewal, which is why it's written that there will be a new heaven and a new earth. The new heaven is the new, and the new earth is the renewal of the minds in the earth, which is the same as God made man. Let us make man in our image. So that what people think is the beginning of a long time ago is actually the beginning of the end. So it's something that was written about the end, which is the end of days, but it's a new beginning, if that makes sense.
Okay, so what you're saying is the Adam that was in Genesis is going to be the Adam at the end.
The Adam in Genesis, we are the Adam in Genesis. Genesis was not a story about thousands of years ago. Genesis was a story about a future generation. So it can't be a story about a man in a forest, a magical forest. It's a story about the end of days. So the garden and all that, thank you, baby. The garden and all that represent where we're at right now.
So we're in the garden? Okay. So we haven't been kicked out yet.
It's a metaphor.
Well, I mean, okay, so help me out then. If we're in the garden and we haven't been kicked out, or have we been kicked out?
Well, obviously not physically, but the garden just represents the garden just kind of like represents the world, or and then being kicked out, falling from the knowledge of God, or the spirit of God, or the direction of God, the peace or the rest of God, so that's why Christ has come to give us rest, and we got to enter into the Sabbath. That's why it's talking about remember the Sabbath day to keep it holy, and we got to enter into the Sabbath day, which is not a day of the week, but it's a appointed time that we would be brought the truth to come back into the garden, to come back into rest, which is a mindset.
Okay, so
it's basically the righteous mindset truth.
So this is my next question, right? So if we're Adam, has David and Abraham and have all these people came already, or are we supposed to represent them people too?
No, we're Abraham. The house of David is not everybody. The house of David is the priesthood, with Christ. But everybody's not a part of the house of David. We are Abraham. Obviously we represent Abraham's seed, those that are with Christ. But if you're looking at Abraham as an actual character, no. But the story of Abraham is referring to us. It's talking about us. That's why Abraham rejoiced when he seen Melchizedek. But if you read it as a single man seeing another man who was called Melchizedek in thousands of years ago, you won't get it. The story of Abraham, the story of Abraham receiving Melchizedek and he rejoiced is really the story about us in this generation who, when we see Christ, who is Melchizedek, we rejoice. So you're only Abraham if you receive Christ, which is Melchizedek, which is the order of God. See, it's all
So Jesus,
this is a common story used in a common way to explain the spiritual prophecy. It's not a literal
so
story that you're
yeah,
supposed to read literally.
so when you say Melchizedek was Christ, that means Christ would be a mindset also as Melchizedek is, right?
No, Christ is not a mindset, but the Christ in the story does represent an actual man. Just like Abraham represents people. Melchizedek and Joseph represents Christ. Joseph's brothers represent all those that had to bow down to Joseph or serve Joseph. These are all stories about Christ and his brothers in the last days. You see what I'm saying? So there's Christ, Joseph, or there's Joshua, Christ, or Joshua. There's Moses, which is Christ. There's Joseph, which is Christ. There's David, which is Christ. All these stories have to do with Christ and his brethren, or Christ and his people. How they rejected him.
Okay.
They rejected Moses. All right. They fought with Joshua, or they hated Joshua. They were jealous of Joseph. I'm sorry, Joseph.
Mm-hmm.
They rejected Moses, and they still didn't believe that Moses, even after the miracles. These are all stories about Christ and his brothers or his people. So, in other words, like I said, Abraham represents us that sees Christ, which is Melchizedek. You know how he rejoiced when he seen Melchizedek. He rejoiced because this was the Lord, the order of the Lord.
Promise. Yeah, the promise.
The promise, yeah. So we are Abraham, and Christ is Melchizedek, and so we're supposed to receive Christ just as Abraham received Melchizedek, according to the story. But that doesn't mean we are Abraham. Christ is Melchizedek. It's not a story that happened a long time ago. We are that story. It's just it's like it's written in a story format. It's not gonna say, what's your name, brother? Amanicus. It's not gonna say Amanicus. It's not gonna say that, but it talks about us like as one person. Abraham represents a bunch of us, not one person. So that's why I was telling you about, just like Judah. Judah doesn't represent one man, represents a bunch of us. Jerusalem doesn't represent one person, it represents a people. All the story is about a generation, not about single characters in a story that took place thousands of years ago. So hopefully, man, is making sense to you.
No, that makes sense. I get that when I understand who Adam is, right? Like Adam is female and male. I was gonna say all right. So if we go from there, then who is Eve, which is the woman? Is Eve still a part of Adam? Like, is Eve Adam, just like how it said Adam was made female and male? Was Eve that female to that male, or is Adam female and male and Eve is just woman? How does that work?
First thing you gotta understand, brother, is that I know the Bible talks about man and woman, and it talks about marriage of man and wife, but this is not the marriage of physical man and woman. This is the marriage. This is the marriage between God and the priesthood.
Us.
The priesthood.
Oh, okay. So not every. Okay, I got. Yeah. All right.
Between
I'm not
God
gonna debate that, but yeah.
Between God and the priesthood. So the priesthood represents Adam. Adam represents the priesthood. You see what I'm saying? The marriage or the man and woman is the spirit. So it's not.
So
it's not even referring
Adam
to
is Christ. Like, are you saying Adam is Christ? Let's start there.
Am I saying Adam is Christ?
Right. You know how you said David.
Obviously. Go ahead, bro.
Well, no, I was just being a little elaborate when you said Joshua, Moses, Melchizedek. All these people represented Christ.
Yeah.
Right. So does Adam represent Christ also?
Well, Adam is the priesthood. Is the priesthood, and Christ is a part of the priesthood. He's the head of the priesthood. Christ is also Christ is also man, or one of the sons of men. So Christ is a mere man in the earth, just like you and me.
But it,
So an anointed or a mere man in the earth is chosen out of all of us, is chosen to be the head of the priesthood, or the head priest. So yes, Adam is man, but specifically Adam represents the priesthood that God is choosing to basically purify. So once the priesthood, which are the angels, are purified, then the rest of the world can be purified. So this is when we begin to make man in our image. So first, judgment starts at what? Judgment starts where first? Judgment starts at the house of God first. Judgment starts at the house of God. So once the house of God is within order, then order can be brought to the rest of the earth. So first, God's house must be put in order. We must be purified, clean, given the truth. Then we can begin to make man in our image. This is what the prophecy is really referring to. A new beginning.
so let's put everything on the table. Y'all are about to make new men out of everybody out the world, right?
We're already doing that.
Well, yeah, that's what I'm saying. So y'all are making new men and women out of what we have now.
That's what's written.
Right.
We would.
So-
That's what's written. What would be done. So it's
So
not
go
even.
back to
It's not even
Genesis.
something that you can pretend. It's a prophecy that comes
Well,
to
no,
pass.
right. I'm not saying it
Yeah,
like
yeah,
that.
yeah.
I was
Go
just
ahead.
saying it like, just so we can continue the conversation. So what you're saying is, if we go to Genesis and when they said, "Let us make man in our image," that was y'all, like y'all are God.
We are the congregation of the gods, brother. And there's a congregation of gods, and then there's a congregation of men. So it's not that there were beings in the sky saying, "Let us," like I said, "Let us make men out of clay." And nah, it was just a prophecy of what God is doing, fulfilling itself or coming into fruition. And that prophecy is what you see happening. It's the priesthood being risen up and anointed to do the will or the vision or the prophecy. So when it says "Let us make man in our image," it's not like God was having a conversation with some aliens in the sky. No, it's just the prophecy coming into fruition in the earth according to reality. So making man in the image of God. Have you ever seen God? Have you ever heard God? No, God has always had. He's always had a priesthood, according to the story, and it's the priesthood that possesses the Spirit of God. So the Spirit of God in the earth is a priesthood. That's how you see God in the earth. That's the only way you deal with God in the earth. All you got to do is read Leviticus and read about the priesthood, how the priesthood possesses the Spirit of God. Everyone that wants to deal with God, they come to the priesthood. So no one has ever seen God. God is invisible. God has used man in the earth to create and do his will. So God, the priesthood is God in the earth. So you understand. Once again, the priesthood is God in God in the earth is the priesthood in the earth. So when we talk about making man in our image, it's the priesthood mothering and fathering.
Like representation.
Yes. The priesthood is the mother and the priesthood is the mother and father in the earth, spiritually.
Priesthood is mother and father spiritually. All right. Well, that kind of not to say it like that, but Melchizedek doesn't have a mother or a father, no origin or beginning.
Once again, these are metaphors.
That's all I was meant. That's all.
It doesn't contradict if you understand that these are metaphors and parables written about a time in a specific generation where these things would play out. The only thing where I think you get tripped up is that these common words and things are being used to explain spiritual things. So it's not a contradiction.
No, that's why. Now hear me out. I may be playing devil's advocate, but I only say that for edification purposes. So if anyone else in the comments had coming from my perspective, that's why I would say it like that. So it's like, so when two teachers are speaking to each other and there's a class of students, let's use me as an example as a teacher. I'm not a teacher, but if me and you were both teachers, me and you would say, so if 2 plus 2, so 2 plus 2 equals 4 then is the question, even though it's like facts, right? You would say that just so the kids would know, like 2 plus 2 does equal 4. So Melchizedek, and you already explained it, correct? That's the reason why I said it like that, like devil's advocate kind of thing.
Well, I would say that just like in the story, Christ tells parables.
Correct.
Parables are told to give a simple meaning, or to give a related meaning to what we already understand. So that's why you're going to hear me say constantly that common things are used to describe spiritual things. So you're not supposed to read the letter. You're supposed to understand the meaning of what's written. There's a spiritual meaning behind it. That's why it's written that the letter killeth, but the spirit, which are words of truth that come from Christ's mouth, that's what gives life. That's why it says faith come by hearing the word. So we got to hear the truth. We cannot read the truth, because when you write something down, it can be taken 1,000 different ways. That's why the pen is in vain. But if you're listening to somebody explain why they wrote what they wrote or why it's written, an interpreter, then you get the real meaning behind the riddle or the code or whatever you want to call it. You see what I'm saying? So everything that's written down, the reason why there's deception and doctrines of men is because the book is sealed. Meaning it's not something that was written down with an explanation or all the meanings written with it. It was just a prophecy that was written, but nobody had the meaning of the prophecies. Or the ones that did, it was lost, stolen, and lost in time. If it
or
was
they're
there.
like hypocrites. Yeah, or they're like hypocrites and stuff. Like they can say it, but they can't do it.
Well, no, I'm just talking about the meaning of the prophecy. I'm not talking about I'm saying,
yeah, I got you.
I'm saying like the things that were written in the Bible, right? They're metaphors and similitudes and allegories. So So when you read the Bible, you can take it one way, and 1,000 other people can take it 1,000 different other ways, because that's why it says there's no private interpretation of the prophecy. You see what I'm saying? Because anybody can read it and get their own interpretation of what they think it means. So that's why the book is sealed. So nobody is supposed to try to interpret it, but instead we're supposed to wait for the voice of the Lord that comes through the firstborn priest. And that priest would have witnesses testifying that he is the one that God has chosen. So that was the prophecy in itself. Go ahead.
Yeah, my bad. I didn't mean to do that to you. So do you believe in visions and dreams?
Well, yeah, visions are is what is visions. The visions is what is written down. Is exactly what we're talking about. The Bible, the scriptures. The visions are written down, but the explanations or the meanings of the visions are not written down. So that's why somebody has to interpret it. And who's the interpreter? That a lot of people are rejecting. Christ, the firstborn of God's Spirit, the one that's chosen amongst us to bring us the enlightenment of the meanings of what is really written in prophecy. It's only given to him, and he unseals it for us. You can read that in Revelations 5.
Yeah, I know what you're referring to. No, I get that. But I'm like halfway with y'all. I have my own, like, y'all can say it's wrong or whatever, my own belief. Because I had visions. I've had dreams.
Mm-hmm.
Only person that can interpret them are God, correct?
Yeah. Like, for instance, like your visions, I have visions as well. All my visions have lined up with what I'm doing right now. And these are visions that took place years ago. Visions that I've had recently and visions that I've had years ago. And I had to learn that these were not literal things. So I had to learn the meaning or the metaphors of the visions. So the visions, dreams is all the same thing as prophecy. There's a meaning, a spiritual meaning to what's being shown. Not that you're to take it literally. Like, for instance, I had there was a vision I had about a whole like a whole tidal wave coming at me, right? Well, it was coming in my direction, and I had used my hands to make the tidal wave go over my head, and I didn't drown in it. So, have you ever seen anybody in real life, like, control water with their hands?
Not with my own eyes and flesh,
Nah, bro. But honestly, that's fairy tale. Yeah, it's facts, but that's
facts?
it's fairy tale. So me knowing and understanding the meanings of the prophecies now I understand the meanings of my visions as well. So I know the interpretations of what these things mean. Basically, a flood. That was the flood of the serpent, because the flood of the coming out of the serpent's mouth is to drown the whole earth. But you got to know what water represents. It doesn't represent water. According to the spiritual meaning, water represents deception and darkness that people are drowning in. So it's darkness and deception. So that's why the devil deceived the whole world. That's why the flood came out the dragon's mouth to drown the whole earth. And that's why in Genesis, the Spirit of God was hovering over the face of the waters, or the face of the surface, which is the top of the waters, right? And he said, let there be light, and there was light. But everybody in the deep, unless you're towards the surface, you're not going to see the light. Because it said the light came into the world, but those that were in the darkness comprehended not the light. So you got to understand the meanings of these things that are written, because they're not literal. It's talking about the state of mind that people are in the earth. So the new beginning, so Genesis is really about the end, or the future generation. So when God said, let there be light, he wasn't talking about the sun in the sky or whatever people think that happened in, thousands of years ago when man was created. The Bible is not referring to how man was physically created. The Bible is talking about a spiritual creation. So when God said, let there be light, that light was was Christ being risen in the earth with the truth. When it said the Spirit of God was hovering over the face of the deep, that's Christ walking on water, not literally, but walking over the system, or walking over the darkness, walking over the deep that everybody's drowning in. Why is Jonas in a well? Why is Jonas in the belly of a beast for 3 days and 3 nights in darkness? And then the whale spit him out. Because that represents Christ being born of the light, coming out the darkness. So he's in the dark with us, but he's the firstborn out of the darkness. He's the first one to resurrect to the enlightenment in God's Spirit. So these are all similitudes and meanings. So when you talk about the raising of the dead, there's no way to unsee it. Once you see it, you can't unsee it. There ain't no zombies coming out the cemetery. That's what the devil got everybody thinking in the world, that at some point zombies are about to come out the cemetery. When it's really a spiritual meaning of a bunch of people in this generation awakening to a higher enlightenment after Christ.
You can still hear me?
I can hear you now.
All right, just let me know if I'm cut. You can continue. No,
you can go ahead. You still there? If you're talking, I can't hear you now. Hey, King, are you Messiah? Are you still there? I was hoping we can do a part 2 to this, man, because we didn't really get a chance to really go into the scriptures and things of that sort. But if not, I guess I'll just holler at you later. All right, y'all. Well, I think that I'm gonna try to push to do a part 2 of do we imagine the coming of Christ, or do we confess Him in the earth? There's some things that we didn't really get a chance to go into due to the guest and the dialogue tonight. So, I think might want to revisit this. So I know we was kind of speaking on it, that the reality of prophecy is that Christ is a man in the earth, and He's to be revealed as many of us begin to confess Him in the earth. There's no reason to confess a man in the earth if He's coming out the sky. So when you read these, you got to use your common sense, and when you read these things about Christ being confessed in the earth, is giving you the reality. You got to read between the lines. The reality is that Christ is a mere man, and God has chosen Him to give light and glory, honor, wisdom, and all those things too, to lead the earth into a new era, which is the era of light and righteousness. Light represents righteousness and wisdom and truth. So Christ is risen up in this earth to bring us into the new era of light and truth, and this in return makes a new heaven and a new earth, as all the minds in the earth are transformed by the words coming from the mouth of God, which is coming from the flesh and blood man that God has chosen. And we testify that one is Yah-Judah, the risen one of Israel, the Son of Man, the Son of God. So I'm gonna close out with a scripture real quick, y'all, and we'll call it from there. All right. Scripture I'm closing out with is Isaiah 11. Isaiah 11 and 1. All right. The scripture I'm closing out with. All right. This is Isaiah 11 and 1, and it's written, "And there shall come forth a rod out of the stem of Jesse, and a branch shall grow out of his roots." Now, talking about common sense and the reality of Scripture and things of that sort, remember, roots don't come from the sky. Roots don't come from anywhere else but the ground. So in the stem, which is the branch or something coming out of a plant or out of a tree, the stem also comes from a tree that comes from the roots of the ground. So this is referring to the same man that we read about in Ezra's, that they confessed in the world. Meaning they came to the realization and came to admit that this is the Christ that God has chosen in the earth. That's why it's written about confessing Him. Okay? And it says, out of the stem of Jesse, which means, the house of David, the father of David, which is pretty much saying that line. It's only referring to this line. The stem of Jesse, and a branch shall grow out of his roots. So understand, this is a parable about what's happening in the earth, not about somebody that's coming down from the sky. All right? Trees and all that don't fall out the sky. Anytime the Lord speaks of His Christ that He's chosen, it's written about Him being risen up, not brought down. The only part in the prophecy that you can talk about Christ coming down is when He brings down the bread from heaven, which is another metaphor. It's just a metaphor. It's just a metaphor for Christ bringing down the knowledge and the enlightenment that He's gotten from God. Not physically, but spiritually. And to be risen from the dead is the same analogy and the same metaphor. being risen to a higher state of understanding and enlightenment. It's not physical. It's not literal. Okay? So, moving on, verse 2. And the Spirit of the Lord shall rest upon him. The Spirit of the Lord shall rest upon him. So this same Christ, all right, that we're reading about in the prophecy, it says the Spirit of the Lord shall rest upon him, in the spirit of wisdom and understanding. So this magical Holy Spirit or Holy Ghost that people think is just magic, the Spirit of God or being born of Virgin Mary, that's all talking about the enlightenment or being born of God's Spirit and wisdom. That's it. So this is a man that was given the spirit of wisdom in the earth, not a man that magically flew out the sky. It says that Christ was born in the earth. So if he's born in the earth, how is he coming down from heaven if he's born in the earth? So that would lead you to only accept that him coming down from heaven when his first time appearing here was coming from the earth, which is from the womb of a woman. It must mean that him coming down from heaven as the bread of heaven is a metaphor, because it says that you must eat the bread of heaven. So, and it says that you must eat his flesh. So if he's the bread of heaven and he comes down from heaven, and you know that that's a metaphor because we ain't cannibals, we ain't eating man's flesh, then you must know that this is a parable or a metaphor for Christ bringing down the enlightenment and the knowledge of God. Not that he physically went up into the sky, but he was spiritually risen to higher heights of understanding and now brings it back down like Moses comes back down from the mountain. As simple as that, y'all. And the Spirit of the Lord shall rest upon him, the Spirit of wisdom and understanding, the Spirit of counsel and might. Now you can see why the Holy One of Israel, or Christ the Messiah, he would be called the Wonderful Counselor, because he would have the wisdom and enlightenment of God to counsel matters in the earth, to counsel one's spirit and mind, to bring us and walk us into the truth of God. That's why he has a title of the Wonderful Counselor. You can find that in Isaiah, I think, or somewhere. The Spirit of counsel and might. He's called the Mighty God. Not that Christ, the flesh and blood man is Christ, but he holds the Spirit of God. I'm sorry, not that the flesh and blood man Christ is God, but the flesh and blood man holds the Spirit of God, making him the image of God. It says, the Spirit of counsel and might, and the Spirit of knowledge and the fear of the Lord. So there is going to be one man in the earth. Not that he ever came down from the sky, because the story shows us that he comes from the earth. He's born in the earth. So the only time that he goes up into the sky up into heaven, it's not literally meaning he's going to the sky. It's meaning that he was caught up to a higher state of intelligence, enlightenment, wisdom. That's why we're reading right here that the Spirit of God rests upon him, the Spirit of wisdom, understanding. That's all talking about a man that came from the roots in the earth. That's the purpose of this this passage that I'm reading. Out of the stem of Jesse, and he shall grow out of his roots. So the Spirit of God is in a man that's in the earth, that brings us into all truth and knowledge. That's what it is, y'all. And this is the last verse, y'all. And he shall make him of quick understanding. He shall make him of quick understanding. So somebody that's coming from the sky, shouldn't they already have the understanding? No. I mean, yeah, they should. But a man in the earth is not going to already have the understanding. He has to be born of it, and God has to give it to him. So we're talking about a mere man that is inquired the knowledge and the wisdom and the enlightenment of God, because God has chosen him to give it to him. Just a regular man in the earth. He has many titles. High priest, wonderful counselor, Everlasting Father, the mighty God, Emmanuel. Why? Because he all represents at the same time a man in the earth, but at the same time the Spirit of God is in him, making God with us. So the priesthood of God, starting with the firstborn priest, is how God's tabernacle is amongst men. Because God's house will be established above all governments in the earth. And that is the prophecy, and that is the days that we're in, where this is coming to fruition, y'all. So with that said, I'm going to go ahead and yield. Mandicus, did you have anything else to say, brother? I see that you came back.
Yeah, I appreciate it. I just wanted to say one more thing before I left out. I appreciate y'all. For real. I mean, it's always a good conversation. It's always respectful. So one thing that I did want to say is as I read the book more, I started to be able to piece together the book a little bit more. I could be wrong in your eyes, but at the same time, a couple years ago, I realized that parable that Jesus spoke of with being a sower of the field. Do you remember that parable?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that was, to me, that was talking about Adam. Adam was the first tiller of the ground, the first one to put in the work for God. And he was deceived by the fruits of another tree, which would be people, correct?
Well, let's go to the passage real quick.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
All right, so where are we at?
In Genesis, when there was no man to till the ground, so God made man in his image.
Okay, I thought you were referring to the
parable?
The parable, yeah.
The parable, I think, is in Matthew. I can't remember exact chapter and verse, but it
let me look
refers.
it up.
Yes.
It's I think it's called the parable of the sower. Or
the sower, correct.
Parable.
I believe so.
All right, let's see here. Okay. All right. And there's so many parables.
I think it's Matthew 13.
Yeah, but I'm looking for another parable to go with it. One second, I'll find it.
I got you.
I think it's in the same chapter. Let's see here. Okay. This is easy. Okay. Okay, so brother, let's let's start at Matthew 13 and 24, if you don't mind.
24, correct. Yes, sir.
So these precepts or these passages, pretty much help us understand if we have the circumcised eyes and the ears already. Like I said, the prophecy has been unsealed to me, so I'm not coming from my own interpretation or anything like that. But from the one that I definitely proclaim and testify is the one that God has chosen to as a Christ in the earth. So it's really not my interpretation. It's just everything that's been unsealed to me. So I'm starting at Matthew 13 and 24, right? And it's written, another parable put he forth unto them, saying, the kingdom of heaven is likened unto a man which sowed good seed in his field. Now you say the man
Adam.
is Adam, right?
Correct. Yes.
But when you say Adam, like, do you mean like a physical Adam, like thousands of years ago, or because remember I told you Christ is a part of Adam. Adam is Christ, but so am I, and so are you.
Yeah, no, that's fair. But so to answer your question, I believe it was the original group of men, not our generation, but generations before us. So yes, I do believe that, though. Correct. I don't think I did something wrong to ruin the next generation.
You're talking about the creation of mankind.
Correct.
Adam.
Exactly.
So that's why I'm trying to show you, like, man, I would love to talk to you again, brother, because we can go into the passages, and you'll be able to see for yourself that Genesis is about a foretold generation. The whole book of Genesis. Go ahead.
I apologize. Go ahead.
No, I'm just saying. So if we're able to come together again, we can actually like sit down thoroughly and I can show you that the book of Genesis is about a future generation, and so people thinking that, oh, this was thousands of years ago, we actually are the beginning. It's like people are not getting it, but because the book is referring to a spiritual creation. So like becoming a new creature is not really referring, if you're familiar with that, Christ talks about becoming a new creature in the story. If we're baptized and born again, obviously it's not meaning physically, but this is a story, a spiritual story about spiritually being reborn, meaning receiving a new mind, which is really to receive the truth about creation and everything, which is to come to terms with that we are the creation, and we are the prophecy, and we're living the prophecy. The book is actually written about you and I. It's not written about the past, but that that's another conversation.
Yes, sir.
But I would like to come together again, so that we can continue on in this walk, this conversation.
So you guys are live again on Wednesday, correct? Thursday.
Thursdays, Tuesdays, Thursdays, Sundays.
Thursday.
Tuesdays, Thursdays, Thursdays.
So I might be able to get up with you on Sunday, but I'm gonna look forward to Thursday. But I know you guys are busy. There's a lot of people who want to talk to you. So I would appreciate it if we can, you give me the understanding of Genesis being the first creation of this generation. Right. If I chop that up, I apologize. But then I can try to converse with you about how I believe that Adam was the first man that was corrupted by a bad tree. Because,
but I believe that too, though.
I'm not going to go too deep. No, yeah, okay, then I think we're on the same page for the most part until we elaborate, and then until next time. Correct?
No, well, I wanted to finish this passage, but definitely on that note, yeah, for sure.
Yes.
On that note, for sure.
I agree, because it's getting pretty late. You guys do this quite often. I would thank you guys and appreciate you guys, and hopefully speak to you again about this parable specifically.
Yeah, you can definitely bring your what you want to share, but I do want to finish this passage real quick. I do agree. I just think the interpretation of what I mean is just not it's not seen yet. And so that's why I said we gotta come back
Right.
again. So
Yes, sir.
like the tree and all that stuff, like yeah, not physically, but spiritually. So
No, I
if you
get
see
you. I
if you
get-
see
yeah.
it from that way, then you'll see how we have eaten from the tree. We are Genesis. We are in the garden. We have eaten from the tree of knowledge of good and evil. Hint, the tree of knowledge, the tree of knowledge,
Good and evil.
huh? Yeah,
No,
but
yeah, I understand.
good and evil. But the hint is the tree of knowledge of good and evil. So it's really referring to a spiritual eating that we've done.
For sure, 1,000%. Yes,
All
sir.
right, so that's just
Of the
something to
word,
like keep
of the
in
word.
mind, huh?
I was saying like of the word or of the way of another person. That's what I think eating from that tree is. Like taking on the way of that person or listening to what they said, doing what they said to do.
Right.
That's
So it
how I would become a Pharisee and a hypocrite and things like that.
yeah. So, but it's representing a whole generation, all the way up until this point, that are defiled by the tree.
Okay. That's pretty
And
much
in that whole generation is Adam, the priesthood. The priesthood is defiled because God is not talking to the Gentiles. God was not married to the Gentiles. God was married to the priesthood. So
The children
that's
of
why we
God,
keep
right.
saying. That's why we keep saying that the priesthood is Adam, and the priesthood was corrupted. So that's why Christ comes to what? Purify the angels. That's why Enoch comes to what? Judge the angels. But judging is the correction. People think it is something different. The judgment is the correction. So Christ coming to
That's the
purify.
fire.
Yeah, the fire, not a
Yeah,
literal
the
fire, but
No, that's the judgment. Yes, sir.
no, listen, brother.
Of God, though. Oh, my bad.
No, I'm not talking about the whole lake of fire. That's a whole nother conversation. But what I'm saying is
No, yeah, yeah.
when we're digging into the metaphors, like for instance, when it says that we shall be baptized by fire, or that we should pick up a cross, and carry it daily. These are these are metaphors. The washing,
Correct.
you see what I'm saying? So to be baptized by fire is not referring to being like literally set on fire. It's being baptized in the truth, because the fire is representing the truth. So the fire that comes out of the mouth of the witnesses, it's not literal fire, it's the truth that they're speaking. So like the Bible is like a rap song, bro. Really, it really is. The fire, the
Bars
fire,
on top of bars.
yeah. The fire represents the truth that the prophets are speaking in the last days. Christ and the saints are speaking and prophesying, and it's nothing but pure fire coming out their mouths. So
No,
that's what it
before I-
means to
no,
be
my
baptized in fire.
My bad.
So-
what I was gonna say is I now we're gonna talk about this a little later. I don't mean to run you all extra long, but what I would say is the fire is judgment because the tongue is fire. And the tongue is what gives off. Yeah, there's a scripture
Right.
to it, but I'm gonna get into it later.
Yeah, no,
I
you're
appreciate
right.
you so much.
You're right. The
No,
power,
it's fine. It's-
powers in the life and death is in the power of the tongue. That's exactly what I'm saying. But man, let me try to read a few of these scriptures from this passage, and then we can call it, man.
Yes, sir.
All right. So
Thank
I
you
just,
so much again.
amen. All praises, man, to the Father, man.
To the Father and the Son. Yes, sir.
Let me see here. I was at Matthew 13, right? So I was saying the kingdom of heaven is likened unto in 24.
My bad.
The kingdom of heaven is likened unto a man which sowed seed in his field. But while men slept, his enemy came and sowed tares among the wheat and went his way. Now remember, the reason why I'm bringing this out is because the darkness that was in the beginning in Genesis is the deception. So God said, "Let there be light in the darkness." So the sleeping is those that are asleep in darkness. Those that sleep are in darkness, meaning they don't know the truth. So this is why Christ is the light that comes into the darkness. You see what I'm saying? To bring us into all truth, and truth will set us free. So it's the bondage of deception and darkness, which men are asleep, which is why it says Christ comes as a thief in the night. He comes at a time of darkness when everyone is asleep. There would be no reason for him to come in a world when the light, and when in a world of light, because he is the light. So he's coming in a time of darkness, not literal darkness, but a time when everybody is asleep to the facts and truth. So while man slept, his enemy came and sowed. So while the whole world is asleep, remember the devil deceived the whole world. Deception has been cast while everyone is asleep. And when everybody's waking up, they're waking up to deception, lies, and it's hard to find the truth in the midst of all these lies. But when the blade was sprung up forth fruit, there appeared tares also. So the servants of the, and I'm just kind of like whipping through this until I get to the part. The servants of the household came and said, Sir, didst thou sow good seed in thy field? From whence then have it tared? So it's like wasn't the truth put out? Didn't we put a good message out? And he said unto them, an enemy have done this. So the enemy is the serpent, the devil, the deception. Not a literal dragon running around, but deception in the world or in the minds of people. He said unto them, an enemy have done this. The servant said unto him, wilt thou then go and gather them up? But he said, nay, lest while ye gather them up, ye also root up the wheat with them. Let both of them grow unto the harvest. In the time of the harvest I will say to the reapers, gather together ye the tares, and bind them in bundles to burn them, but gather the wheat into my barn. So the reapers are the angels to gather the people. So when Christ sends out his angels, which are the messengers, it's not creatures from the sky, but it's men and women in the earth that have the truth, the mark of God, that go out to gather, to speak the truth, meaning prophesy, to gather others that have an ear to hear God, what God is saying. So they're sending the message of Christ out into all the earth, gathering the rest of the elect that will come to worship God. So the reapers are the angels or the messengers that Christ has come to purify, and he sends them out into the earth as his messengers to testify and to gather people into the truth. So this is what that's referring to spiritually. Now I have a few more verses. It says, verse 31, the kingdom of heaven is like unto a grain of a mustard seed, which a man, there goes that man again. You said it's Adam, but let's just keep going. That a man took and sowed in his field, which indeed is the least of all seeds. But when it is grown, the greatest among herbs becometh a tree, so that the birds of the air come and lodge in the branches thereof. So this truth is the least of what people want to hear in the earth. Because the truth hurts, is bitter, is sweet. But when it grows fully, to its fullest potential, it's going to be what lights up the whole earth. And everybody's going to lodge in this kingdom. The kingdom of heaven is minds transformed in the earth. So this is basically the parable and the story about a new heaven and a new earth once the truth has grown into the earth. All right? Check this out. Almost done. It said, verse 34, all these things Jesus speak unto the multitude in parables, and without a parable spoke he not unto them. So it's parables that give light to the understanding of what is actually written, that it might be fulfilled which was spoken by the prophet, saying, I will open my mouth in parables, and I will utter things which have been kept secret from the foundation of the world. So the prophecy is sealed. The prophecy, people cannot read it and then understand what's really written here, right? So listen, it says house disciples and parables. All right, there's a part. This is the part that I wanted. I didn't know where it was, so I was looking for it. So a couple more verses here. Matthew 13 and 37. This is what I really wanted. It says, he answered and said unto them, he that soweth a good seed is the Son of Man.
Yeah.
Now, you might be thinking that this is talking about Adam.
No, he's the Son of God.
Yeah, this is referring to the Son of God. He that soweth the good seed. He that soweth the good seed, which is, the truth, is the Son of Man. And the field is the world. So remember going back to the garden and things of that sort? The field.
Cain and Abel were in the field, correct.
Yeah, the field is the world. The good seed are the children of the kingdom. So the children of the kingdom that basically have been brought up, and redeemed with the truth. They've been given the truth because Christ is the way, the truth, and the life. So they ate the flesh of the Son of Man. So we all must eat and drink the blood of the Son of Man in order to be filled with the Spirit of God. In other words, the information that the Christ is bringing in the earth, if we don't receive it, then we're not receiving the Spirit of God. So this is why the angels only eat angels' food, angels' bread, meaning the priesthood is married to God. They're married to the truth. So this is what separates the priesthood from the rest of the world, because they have decided to eat the truth, which is receive the one that everyone else is rejecting, which is God's Son, the bread from heaven. They've decided to receive that information. So they become the judges in the priesthood of God. That's why it says the field is the world and the good seed are the children of the kingdom. But the tares are the children of the wicked one. Basically the deception. The enemy that sold them is the devil. And the harvest is the end of the world. And the reapers are the angels. So remember, the angels are the messengers, which are the reapers that are gathering people into the truth. Gathering the rest of the world into the truth, which means that they are making man in their image. Because they're already in the image of God. So the conversation is to make man in our image, which is transform the world, renew the minds. So just with that said, I just wanted to get a little bit, I don't want to keep going, get too much, but I just wanted to show you that the world is the field and the one sowing the seed is the Son of Man. And it's proof because the one that sends out the angels is the one commanding the angels, which is Christ. So he's the one. So if he's the firstborn of God's Spirit, he's the first one with the truth, the order of Melchizedek, or the order of God. He's the one that has the command and authority to send out the angels. So the angels are already taking direction from him. So this passage is not referring to like a physical man thousands of years ago named Adam. This is basically the prophecy about what is happening now. So, and it's the same as Adam. That's why I'm telling you that Adam is the priesthood, and the priesthood is Adam. Adam is not representing everybody in the world. Adam is representing the priesthood. And that's where we're not clicking, because you're saying that Adam is the sower, and I'm agreeing, but I'm telling you that Adam is the priesthood, which really is Christ and the saints, or Christ and the angels. So
that is where we disagree. You're right. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So I was just saying that because I'm saying that Adam is the priesthood. Adam is the one that got the commandments of God, not the whole world, not the Gentiles. So Adam is the one that defiled himself. Okay, in the wisdom or his connection to God was also defiled. So that's why it's Adam and Eve. So his wisdom.
Adam broke the covenant.
Yeah, because he broke the commandment. He ate from the tree of knowledge of good and evil, which was to basically receive knowledge that's not the deception.
All true.
It's not truth. You see, so that's why Adam, the priesthood, has to be
almost on the same page. Oh, my bad.
No, it's all good, bro. I'm kind of long-winded, man, but the priesthood has to be purified And so spiritually, I'm saying that the priesthood really is Adam that has been defiled from the knowledge that he ate. And with that knowledge that he ate, he defiled the whole world. So the priesthood, that's why judgment starts at the house of God, meaning back to Adam. The priesthood has to be purified first, so the rest of the world can be purified. That's why judgment starts at the house of God.
And then that's when Christ gets anointed, correct? Like raised from among us.
Right, because he's the firstborn of the priesthood.
All right. Yeah. All right. So look at all right. You got it. I'm gonna leave it off at this. Where we almost see the same vision, but we have to just talk a little bit more. I'm not saying like, oh, I'm Christ and you're Christ and everyone's Christ. I'm not saying that exactly, but there was some revelation. I had a vision. This is. So let's be honest. My little vision was nothing, but when I bring this forth to you, you can relate that to Adam, right?
When you bring what forth?
This parable. You can relate that to the beginning, correct? With Adam being the tiller of the ground, being the first man to sow the seed of God amongst the earth.
Right, because I'm saying that one is Christ.
Okay. Then that's where we're gonna continue from, because if you're gonna say that, Christ is sinful still. But I'm not going to say that from my own perspective. Remember, I'm not going to throw that on you.
No, remember. Christ is in the belly of the beast with us. So that's why I can't say that Christ is not Adam, because Christ is a son of man as well. Christ was in the deception with us. Christ was in the darkness with us. So Christ was dead with us. So Christ, that's why Christ is the firstborn of every creature, and he's the first risen from the dead. Meaning he's a regular man like the rest of us. He was in darkness like the rest of us, but he was the first one to come out of darkness. That's why the story of Jonas is about the story of Christ. Jonas was spit up out the belly of the whale, right? Meaning that he was born, the darkness or the deception could no longer hold him. So the whale spit him out. And that's why it says, just like in the days of Jonah, so it shall be in the days of the Son of Man. Well, the Son of Man will be 3 days in the heart of the earth. The heart of the earth is this field, this deception. All right. So Christ is we just read it. Christ is the sower of the good seed. But he had to come out of the darkness first. He had to be the first one born from the dead first, which is the darkness. So Christ was dead. He was dead to the facts. He was dead to the enlightenment of God. But God chose his Christ to be the firstborn out of that darkness, to bring the rest of us out of darkness. That's why he's labeled the light that comes into the earth, to light up the world. But a lot of people comprehended not the light. And they refuse to come into the light because they like darkness more. So they rather stay in the deception than to come to this truth, which is uncomfortable. But all in all, it's the prophecy, is that Christ is the light that comes into the world to pull us out of darkness. So you got to think about the belly of the great big fish, Jonah in the well, and Christ being in the heart of the earth, meaning Christ was dead to the facts. He was in darkness, which just pretty much means he was at one point he wasn't the light. He wasn't in the light. He came out of darkness. That's why he walks on water, because he's the great fisherman to fish everyone else out of the great sea of darkness. So he's the great fisher of men walking on water. And the only other entity that's on top of the water besides Christ is what?
God.
The beast system. Because Christ is the Spirit of God.
Oh.
So the beast is...
so you believe Jesus is Archangel Michael, like the angel? Like you think he's...
Most definitely, the firstborn is Michael, because Michael standeth up for the people. Michael didn't fly down for the people. He standeth up, which means that he's already in the earth. Michael standeth up for the people, and Michael means one that is like God. So, or the gift of God, and we all know that Christ is that gift. So there's so many ways that I can show you that's what that means. That's what that is. That's who Christ
We're gonna chop it up.
represents. But with that said, I just wanted to say that the beast that sit up on the waters, besides Christ walking on the waters, the only other entity on the water is the beast, the scarlet colored beast. And so the only ones that know the truth, are on top of the truth, is Christ and in the higher ups, or the higher the ones that told the lie. Do you see what I'm saying?
And that's why they're trying to, yes, sir. That's why they're trying to keep everyone blind. All right, I got you. I think I get the gist of it. Because you're saying like they're above the information that we were given, so they have the truth. They just blind us with it.
Exactly.
Correct?
So that's why Christ.
Okay. All right. Okay.
So Christ is the one that has to fish us out. If people accept that parable or that metaphor, but they wanna believe in something that has no factual relevancy of a man walking on water, which does nothing.
Boy, all right, okay, Zay. I appreciate you, dude. For real. We're gonna have to chop this up for sure.
Yeah, for sure, brother, man.
I appreciate you. I appreciate Stamp. I appreciate Judah. I want to say all praises to the Most High, and I wish y'all to be blessed.
All right, brother. Bless you, man. Peace and blessings.
Yes, sir.
Hope to see you again sometime this week.
Yes, sir. If not Thursday, I'm gonna try to pop up Sunday.
All right, for sure, man.
All right, man.
Peace. All right, brothers and sisters. It's been a long night. I know that went a little long, but I think it's worth it. So with that said, I'm just gonna let that be it, and peace and blessings to everyone that's tuned in, that have been with us week to week. All praises to the Most High and His Son Yaju Judah. With that said, we hope that God has circumcised your heart for the message, and I guess we will see you on the next one. Peace and blessings, y'all. Peace and blessings.